Good morning, council. Please come to order. Okay, we're going to start our day with the balance of the SSC report, and here to give that to us is Dr. Franz Muter.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Franz Muter, co-chair of the SSC. I'm here to give the balance of the SSC report this morning, which is fairly brief. These were mostly informational items, and I just have about 14 or 15 slides. Slow response time again. Oh, there we go. We had some general comments at the beginning of our minutes. First, to acknowledge the contributions of Dr. Ji Zheng, who served on the crab and scallop plant teams and worked at the Alaska Department of Fish and Game for over 30 years, most notably on a number of crab stock assessments, and his expertise and advice will certainly be missed. The SSC also extended its thanks to the council staff for all their extraordinary efforts over the 2 years of the pandemic to allow us to continue doing business in an online environment, and now for transitioning us to this hybrid mode that so far seems to be working quite well. Then finally, we had an opportunity and welcomed the opportunity to meet Mr. Kurland and look forward to working with him. The first agenda item was report on ideas for changes to the council process. We received a report that summarized the outcomes from a meeting of the executive committee and the SSC and AP leadership. In general, the SSC supports priorities as identified in the report. And in particular, the SSC is interested in the need to reassess the current timelines for the crab and groundfish harvest specifications process. And in that regard, we highlight the need to engage the SSC, the plant teams, and the stock assessment authors as soon as possible if any revisions to that timeline are considered. As you can tell, the SSC is quite eager to kind of review those timelines, in particular because of the workloads in October and December and the tight timelines during that time period. And in that spirit, the SSC suggested that when appropriate, we recommend forming a subgroup of members of these groups that could help inform the process as we go forward. The only other administrative item was a discussion on February 2023 workshop. As you are probably aware, we often hold a half-day to one-day workshop in February, and there were some suggestions to focus a workshop next February on the rapid changes. Oops. Jumping around. On the rapid changes that have been observed in the northern Bering Sea and the southern Chukchi Sea, Bering Strait region, and their consequences for the fish populations, the fisheries, local communities, and commercial fisheries and management, was a goal of further developing a proactive approach on how to address these issues now and in the future. And the SSC tasked a subgroup to identify an appropriate focus and a scope for such a workshop without duplicating any other ongoing efforts. Next agenda item was a Seabird Working Group report that we received from the NIMS Alaska Groundfish and Halibut Seabird Working Group with contributions from both NIMS and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The report was a written report this year only because of staff shortages, and the SSC would like to highlight just the value of having a two-way dialogue during these informational reports, and we look forward to hopefully having an in-person update next year. With regard to the report, we noted in particular the apparent effectiveness of the switch to pot gear in the sablefish fishery in reducing bycatch, although the link isn't established, but that certainly was encouraging to see. And there were no takes overall of any ESA listed species in 2021. The SSC also supports the outreach material that was included in the outreach effort on identifying seabirds on board and various mitigation measures around lighting on the vessels and timing of turning on and off the lights. With regards to the report contents, SSC suggests that it should include data on historical trends in population size, trends in the frequency and magnitude of die-offs, and spatial information on foraging distributions or other shifts in distribution in the future to kind of help evaluate spatial overlaps, among other things, between the fishery and the distribution of seabirds. And then finally, we note that there is an effort underway to extract and synthesize data from observer logs in the future, and we certainly look forward to that. Next, we received 3 reports under agenda item D2 on the Bering Sea Fishery Ecosystem Plan from the plan team itself, from the Climate Change Task Force, and from the Traditional Knowledge or Local Knowledge, Traditional Knowledge Subsistence Task Force. The update from the FEP team focused on the strategic ecosystem evaluation / health report, and we had a few recommendations regarding the team's progress on that. The SSC recommends consistently using the title Strategic Ecosystem Evaluation Report in the future and omitting the health term, and we had commented on a rationale for that in previous minutes. The SSC recommends that the team in developing a suite of indicators for the purposes of this report, that they focus on indicators that remain most informative under shifting baseline conditions. As we all know, conditions are changing quite rapidly. The SSC recommends also that the process for evaluating these indicators relative to the goals be iterative, so they can be updated and improved and refined. And then finally, the SSC supports the team's decision to delay expanding this process into other large marine ecosystems for the time being. The second report under this agenda item was the Climate Change Task Force report, and we received a report on the progress, and the task force has been working primarily on the climate readiness synthesis that we'll be receiving in October, and we look forward to that. As far as some of the other plans of the team or the task force, we support the plans to identify some near-term actions that can be taken now or soon to advance climate readiness. We suggest also that the task force consider outlining a process and a timeline for revisiting and updating the CRS report in the future. And then support the task force's plans to explore ways to increase public engagement. Finally, the third report under this agenda item was on the from the Local Knowledge, Traditional Knowledge, and Subsistence Task Force. That report focused primarily on the draft protocol for identifying, analyzing, and incorporating local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information in the North Pacific, as well as search engine that was developed by that task force that compiles a variety of information sources, references, data sets, and others on the council's website, and developed a search engine to make that searchable. Overall, the SSC found that protocol quite useful, not only useful and helpful, but also enlightening, as expressed by several SSC members. And we encourage further development of the protocol as planned. We did in particular also recognize the value of that search engine and commend the efforts that led to the creation of that search engine and the material that went into it. With regard to the task force plans, we recommend the early implementation and adoption of some of the practical steps that were outlined in the draft protocol, and those includes things like council staff using the LKTKS search engine for some of the current and any new analytic documents or other products, and then also perhaps to use the guidance in the protocol for modifying analytical templates that are used by council staff for those decision-making products as can be implemented. Some of the advantages of that would be that the adopting these early now will provide some feedback to the protocol and the search engine developers, and can also help in early identification of potentially impacted groups that could make some of the outreach effort and formal consultation efforts more robust.
Mr. Twite has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Muter. The presentation that I saw, and I think the council will see on the LKTKS, the progress made by the task force, included a word cloud. And at least in the version that we saw, the second largest word in that word cloud was trust. And I'm wondering if the SSC saw that same presentation and whether the SSC had any discussion about that, because the reason I'm asking is I'm still really trying to figure out how that fits. I mean, I understand why it's there, but I'm more trying to think about what to do with that. And I'm wondering if the SSC had a similar discussion about sort of what to do with that observation.
Yeah, thank you for the question through the chair. We did see that same word cloud. We did have a brief discussion about that, or noted certainly that trust was an important consideration in all of these processes. And I can probably mostly speak for myself. We didn't have a detailed discussion, but it's certainly a issue that we're grappling with in the scientific community and as well as in management. I think it reflects just the emphasis and the importance of building relationships for making this work, for being able to include information that's often closely held into the process, whether that is from fishermen or from coastal communities. I'll proceed then. The next agenda item that we took up was an informational item that was of great interest to the SSC, an update on the IPCC document that was recently published, and we received a presentation on that from one of the authors of one of the chapters of the report, Dr. Kirsten Holzman, and she gave an overview of the output from working groups 1 and 2 of the IPCC. And having one of the authors of the report there, we had some very engaging discussions about what that all might mean for us here Among other things, the SSC inquired about what some of the lessons are from the IPCC process that may be helpful in the context of considering climate adaptive strategies here in our region. And the author highlighted in particular the value of leveraging the engagement with other scientists from other nations and different cross-disciplinary approaches to engage expertise, not just from fisheries, but from other fields as well. And then also drawing upon examples and the progress that's being made by other countries around the Arctic that face similar challenges. And in particular, I think we mentioned Norway, which faces very similar challenges in the Barents Sea and has some established relationship with Russia in terms of surveying and managing that particular ecosystem. The SSC had a few suggestions. One of those was that if we get future presentations on these topics regarding climate readiness, that we might want to see a little more on some of the global models that are being developed now to make global scale predictions of changes in biomass, including the Bering Sea and the Arctic. And would be nice to learn a little more about the reliability and the use of those global projections in our region here. And then a further discussion on which stocks and species might be particularly impacted. The SSC also noted that in our FMPs, we rely on the quote, prevailing ecological environmental conditions to make projections, to set reference points and so forth. And that the underlying assumption here is perhaps increasingly less tenable as we already see and expect future increases in the variability of the system and perhaps other dramatic changes. So in that context, the SSC suggests that we renew discussions of more dynamic reference points that are tied to some of the observed changes or variability in the environment, and more explicit planning for a future that has probably going to have lower predictability.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Couple of questions on this last slide, Dr. Muter. The first one is the observation, that middle bullet, that the fishery management plans themselves rely on status quo. And I thought what I heard, though, to some extent was a description of some of the individual stock assessments as you sort of talked about ways that happens. I'm wondering if you could just explain a little bit more about what elements of the FMP were the SSC, or maybe better question is what elements of our process, including the FMP, was the SSC really targeting with this particular observation?
Thank you for the question through the chair. We didn't have extensive discussions about that at this meeting, but in my interpretation, the focus here was really on potentially building climate variability into the stock assessments themselves to account for changing environmental conditions, as well as potentially modifying harvest control rules and in an environmental sense, and accounting for changes or higher variability in projections, for example, under the snow crab rebuilding analysis, where we make projections for a decade into the future, to not automatically assume, as you phrased it, status quo, or or a stationary environment, but account for the potential of larger variability and changes, perhaps using projections of expected changes from climate models or from some of the models that are now being developed to project biological variability in the system. Does that help?
It does, and not to challenge you at all, but as I listen to that, it seems to me that our current FMPs, we don't need to make any changes to our current FMPs themselves in order to do that. We just need to continue the process of evolving our stock assessments, both in terms of incorporating those things and maybe even moving them more towards multi-species, but that our current FMP actually encompasses all that potential change is at least my thought as I'm listening to you.
Yeah, thanks through the chair. Yes, we are certainly not suggesting that our FMPs can't handle the suggested improvements to account for increased environmental variability and perhaps future trends. I do think that we can do all this under the current FMPs, but there is sort of the way they are currently, the harvest control rules and many of the assessments are currently done. They still sort of make this assumption of stationarity in the system that has become increasingly tenuous, but we don't have to change the FMP to deal with that.
Thank you. I think that's I really appreciate the way you're putting these observations. I guess I'm just going to continue being sort of an annoying process guy though for a moment longer. The final observation, sort of along the same theme, seems to me to some extent that it gets at maybe some of the shortcomings, or was identifying some potential shortcomings in the programmatic supplemental EIS that we're currently operating under. And I'm wondering if that was the SSC sort of thinking about that document relative to that observation, or was this a more general observation? Because it sure looks to me like it is sort of germane to our programmatic.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. It's certainly germane to the issue. We didn't really, that didn't come up in our discussions. I don't think we were specifically thinking about the programmatic SEIS, but yeah, certainly, we live in a different environment now than when the PSEIS was written and when the analyses were done. As we go forward, I think we need to account for the changes that we're already seeing and that we're expected to see going forward through just a more dynamic approach in the assessments and the management measures that we take.
And just to cap this off, both what you've got on paper here plus what you've said, I'm hearing a sense from the SSC, maybe still an early sense or a coalescing sense, but I'm hearing a sense that this is worth a lot of resources, that this is something the council should be really seriously considering at this point as a higher priority set of items to be addressing. Am I hearing that correctly, or am I reading too much into what the SSC is saying at this point?
Thank you for that question, and through the chair, I can't say that we've discussed that at this meeting, but in general, just from the SSC's discussions around this topic over many years now, I think it's fair to say that the SSC considers this a fairly high priority in going forward. But I also think that there are many efforts underway through the the climate readiness work that's being done that we'll hear more about in October, and how we can build on that. The proposed workshop in February also, from the SSC's perspective, would focus on some of the impacts in one particular region. So I think there are resources being put towards this goal of making us climate readiness, and I can't speak to the prioritization of that from the SSC's perspective at this point, except to note that it has long been a concern and a priority for the SSC.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do think this is a really significant point in the written report, and I was able to listen to a little bit of the SSC discussion. And so I realize and follow Mr. Twite's logic on the FMPs can accommodate this, but it does seem like we're not, I guess I really want to know what we're not doing now to try to move in this direction, because I don't think we are on this particular point. If we have a new baseline that we should be exploring, or even just a recognition that we're not going back in every action we do to some steady state of the past, then what are we not doing that we need to do today to get to this point? Is the February workshop something where this would be a primary focus? Because it seems right up the SSC members' alley to discuss how we would move in that direction, as opposed to just getting a workshop that talks about all the changes. We've gotten those informational presentations already. I'm trying to move us from the informational to the action for the very thing that the SSC exists for in terms of harvest and scientific advice.
Yeah, thank you for that question through the chair. We didn't, at this point, I mean, the workshop in February that we discussed, we haven't focused that yet. We tasked a kind of a SSC subgroup was developing more of a focus, but there was a clear intent to have that focused on potential adaptations or responses to the changes and not just reviewing the changes that have happened. It is focused on one particular region, but I think maybe the strongest effort along these lines that we currently see is the A-Climb and the just developing Goa Climb project that really tries to develop better models that account for some of the changes that we have seen, that account for species interactions that we can use to perhaps develop a more dynamic approach and dynamic reference points. So there are ongoing efforts, and those efforts we certainly encourage and see happening. And there are other regions that are trying to, around the world, that are obviously grappling with similar issues that we can draw on to do that. A specific action right now, I mean, as we deal with examples like the SSC rebuilding plan, for example, the SSC could probably make some suggestions how to structure the analysis to try to account for more uncertainty in the coming decade. But I'm not, I don't think the SSC is necessarily prepared to make a list of possible actions to take right now. It's an ongoing developing effort to improve the models and the assessments by including climate variability and climate change.
Follow up, Mr. Chair, and then just back on the February workshop being on a particular region, what was the SSC discussion about, like the urgency of including the Chukchi Sea, for example, given it's a closed area, we have no action in front of us to open those areas to commercial fishing, as opposed to just focusing on the changes that you mentioned in the written report associated with changing fish stocks and distribution in the Northern Bering Sea.
Yeah, thanks for that through the chair. Yeah, we had some discussion about the appropriate spatial scale or focus, whether to limit it to the Bering Sea or the Bering Strait region more generally, or the Bering Sea and the Chukchi Sea. But from a marine ecosystem perspective, it's, you know, that area, the northern Bering Sea and southern Chukchi Sea is the area that has probably seen the most dramatic changes in terms of ice conditions and temperature conditions and expanding fish stocks that don't stop at Bering Strait. We've seen that on the Russian side. There's sizable numbers of walleye pollock and potentially Pacific cod in the Chukchi Sea on the western side, you know, we don't really know whether they also expanded in the recent warm years into the eastern Chukchi Sea, because we didn't have any surveys up there that would have observed them. So I think just from I realize the council that area is close to commercial fishing, and there's, you know, no intent to change that. But I think from an ecosystem perspective, understanding the changes in the fish distribution with respect to not just international boundary, but also Bering Strait will be important. You know, we have to account for if a portion or a sizable portion of a stock moves into the Chukchi Sea, we have to account for that in our assessments and in the management. But we have not focused again, the SSC suggested a group to develop the focus and the scope, including the geographic scope of the February workshop.
Mr. Chair, as a follow-up, then are you looking for like a nod from the council to support that kind of a workshop, and then the SSC subgroup would move forward with trying to delineate what it looks like for February?
Yeah, thank you for that question through the chair. I suppose that depending on the structure of the workshop and the scope in terms of who to invite to participate or present to the workshop, you know, may or may not require some resources to engage the right groups. Yeah, having a general approval that this is a good idea might certainly help us in further developing that workshop. We discussed not just having this workshop, but using that workshop itself as a basis for deciding whether maybe a larger effort is needed, a larger workshop, a full, you know, 3-4 day workshop at some future date, depending on the outcomes of the initial workshop. One other aspect of this is, if I may, is the engagement of Russian scientists, which is obviously challenging at this point. There have been some efforts to combine some of the survey data from the Russian side and the US side that the SSC is certainly interested in further developing those kinds of collaborations, but that's a bit challenging in this environment.
Mr. Chair, I have one on a different topic, since it's somewhat related. Dr. Muter, through the process changes recommendations that seem like the SSC supported what the executive committee supported for looking at improvements to the council process, including SSC administration. And one of the ideas that was embedded in there for continuing to look at was eliminating the February meeting. And I didn't see anything in particular in your recommendations about that, but maybe I missed it in the written report. It seems as if, I'll tell you my thoughts first, the SSC is using that time for a lot of informational reports, could use it for workshops, could use it for brainstorming. Some of that kind of need for the academics on our SSC to talk to one another without going through the rigor of just, are we releasing this document for initial review? And that's just my impression, but I think it's important. And I'm wondering if I have the wrong impression, or if that February meeting is still critical for SSC members to either stay engaged or to get all their work done.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the question through the chair. I think, yes, it's fair to say that those workshops are quite valuable in terms of sort of longer term strategic thinking for the SSC. With regard to the February 2023 workshop, we we're assured that if any changes are made to the process, it's probably not going to affect the February 2023 meeting. We had also previously noted in our minutes, I believe, that regardless of the frequency of council meetings, that the SSC would appreciate the opportunity probably to hold a workshop, perhaps combined with just informational reports in February, to continue the opportunity to have these kinds of more strategic, forward-looking meetings.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Dr. Muter. It's nice to see you in a different capacity on your role in the SSC. Thank you for your willingness to take a leadership position. And I did have a follow-up question on the current slide in your presentation, but I think I can follow up with you offline. We've had an extensive discussion about that. So I'll pick up on Ms. Kimball's question about the other administrative issues. I was a little slow on that one. The recommendation about, let's see, go back to that slide. Potential process changes, council process changes, talking about reassessing the current timeline for crab and groundfish harvest specifications. And the SSC recommended not only engaging the SSC plan teams and stock assessment authors early in considering any future revisions to the timeline, but potentially forming a subgroup of members of those groups to inform any process changes. And I had thought about that as potentially a good process going forward. But my question for you is, I seem to recall that when the SSC discussed these process changes briefly at the last meeting, there were some ideas among the group, in essence, to start with, and some timeline changes that we could look at. And my question is my memory correct there? And my sense would be that would be a really good place to start if we were going to form these subgroups, if the council recommends going forward with that. And just if you could clarify that for me, or any discussion you had around that at this meeting, that would be helpful.
Yeah, thank you for the question through the chair. We didn't have an extensive discussion at this meeting about that. I refer you to our February minutes that had some specific suggestions on the timeline. We had some discussion by email, just informally, on other ideas for how to change that timeline, but we did not want to get ahead of the process and didn't make any more recommendations at this meeting in that regard. But at the meeting of the executive committee and the leadership, we did bring forward some other ideas that were noted, and I think we are happy to brainstorm further ideas and make sure that the ideas that were brought up aren't lost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's helpful.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any further questions before we continue? Dr. Muter.
Okay, thank you. So the last agenda item actually that we covered was the regional framework for how the best scientific information available, or BSIA, is used in the process at the North Pacific region here. We reviewed a document, the BSIA regional framework, drafted by the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, and was input from other agencies that responds to a NOAA Fisheries BSIA procedural directive that focuses specifically on BSIA as applied in the context of stock status determinations and OFL ABC setting. The regional framework, the draft that we saw, outlines timelines and actions for the groundfish, crab, and scallop assessment review and approval, and also provides some comments on the procedures in these regions that are used for salmon and Arctic fishery management. In general, the SSC finds that the draft regional framework provides an adequate response to the directive, and we recommended some improvements and clarifications to the document before it is submitted on behalf of the council, I guess, in May. I'm just, there were a number of suggestions and points that we make. I'll just highlight a couple here. One is that because the ecosystem status reports and the ecological and socioeconomic profiles that we prepare each year are part of the process of stock status determinations and catch settings. The SC recommends that those be included in the timelines in the document as one of the steps that result in best scientific information available. And then secondly, we noted that under the NS2 guidelines on inclusiveness regarding relevant local and traditional knowledge, that should be recognized in our in laying out that framework as part of the BSIA process, and LKTK should be included in the timeline where appropriate, where it enters the process. And I believe that's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Muter. Any final questions on the SSC report? Ms. Kimball.
I have one, Dr. Muir, on the LKTK. I'm trying to find it. One of the suggestions was to recommend modifying the analytical templates used by council staff where practicable. And was that something that SSC discussed as a something we should be looking at right now, or was this at the conclusion of getting the protocol from the LKTK task force? I just wanted the timeline for that.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. If I recall correctly, there's in the draft protocol itself, there are some suggestions for actions that can be taken now on a shorter timeline to include LKTK in the process. And I think one of the suggestions, as you said, was maybe modifying some of the templates that are used to engage with communities, as I understand it, maybe adding some questions, specific questions about, how could LKTK inform this action, or who are the appropriate, tribal governments or other groups to talk to about a particular action. And there was a series of questions in the protocol, I think, that we support to include as soon as possible, just to get some feedback of how this might be implemented and used.
I appreciate that. For a follow-up, Mr. Chair, on the, so maybe I should be less interpreting this as in like a section in the analysis and more a step that the analyst would take to try to understand where if there was information relevant to that action that should be included, and making it part of that action plan for the analyst.
Through the chair, yes, I believe that's our
I appreciate
interpretation.
it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Muter. In looking at the ecosystem plan and the regional framework and the stock assessments, I just wondered, are folks talking about, when there's some broad looks at evaluations and predictions, and we take it down to the ground level, and I'm just wondering, do we have adequate resiliency in our survey work or to detect short-term changes? And I'm thinking of the crab situation now, that are we kind of preparing ourselves to respond to these types of events? And we've had some short-term actions, and it would be very nice to evaluate the effects of those and the effects of our management actions, so to inform how we move forward in the future. And as I think through that, I have a hard time connecting all the dots to make sure we're getting the information we need to evaluate decisions. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that through the chair. Yeah, in terms of surveys and that inform the assessments, that's certainly a very important piece as we see some of the changes, including the decline in snow crab last year. And the SSE is certainly on record to put a high priority on the existing surveys and also for example, Northern Bering Sea survey that's now part of the survey for snow crab in particular that highlighted gap in the slope survey, for example, which hasn't been conducted in a number of years. So there's certainly some improvements that can help inform the assessments as distributions shift in the number and frequency of surveys. And I think we have previously commented on sort of the priorities for surveys. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thanks. And I just probably, yeah, I think you got to it, but just it feels like we may, like a year like this without a directed crab fishery, we're missing pieces of information that we may normally get, and just trying to think through those. But I think you've captured kind of what I was looking for. So thank you.
I don't see any additional questions. Thanks again, Dr. Muter. Okay, that'll move us into agenda item D1, and presenting remotely are Sam Cunningham and Kelly Cates. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is Sam Cunningham. Is the sound quality okay?
It's a little tinny.
Okay. Well, keep me posted, and if it's not good enough, we'll see what we can do. So yeah, this is Sam Cunningham from council staff. Thank you for allowing me to present remotely today. And you'll be reviewing a discussion paper that hopefully fulfills the council's broad request for information on a variety of topics related to Bristol Bay red king crab. The council first made this request in October when it became clear that the Bristol Bay crab fishery would not be open for the 2021 and 22 season. And then you added a topic at your December meeting. I'm joined today by Dr. Kelly Cates of NIMP Sustainable Fisheries, and we also have Drs. Ben Daly and Katie Paloff from Alaska Department of Fish and Game on the line in case there are more technical questions about crab management and biology or spatial distribution that they want to jump in on to the extent that answers to those questions are available. Dr. Daly was a consultant and contributor to this paper, and Dr. Paloff is one of the co-authors of the stock assessment. In some instances, the topics that the council's raised call upon information that's either in a developing state of knowledge or could be described as unknowns or both. And because of that, we've relied on a lot of people who are involved in ongoing research or who are doing the work of management without perfect information. And I'd like to acknowledge some of them up front. In addition to Dr. Daly from ADF&G, we also consulted with Ji Zhang, who's the lead stock assessment author for the state. And for some of the information on studying stock distribution, we had inputs or review from Leah Zacher, the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, and also the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation. And for help describing what's been studied about bottom contact and non-pelagic trawl fisheries, we consulted with the Alaska Seafood Cooperative and also Dr. Craig Rose, who is a principal investigator in many of the Alaska-based field studies on that topic. And to meet the council's direction on evaluating bottom contact by pelagic trawl vessels, I'd like to give special recognition to the Fisheries Aquatic Sciences and Technology Lab, or FAST Lab, at Alaska Pacific University, and particularly to Felipe Restrepo and the lab director, Brad Harris, and also to John Olson at NOAA's Habitat Conservation Division. And then finally, as always, I'd like to acknowledge the in-season management and catch monitoring groups at NEMS, and specifically in this case, Krista Milani, Mary Farunas, and Josh Keaton. So as we jump into the content of the presentation, I should remind everybody that this agenda item has an appendix that's posted separately on the council agenda, and that there were 37 written comments submitted prior to the meeting. So I just mentioned that Bristol Bay Red King crab are in a state of low surveyed abundance. And figure 1.1 in the paper, which isn't on the screen, shows the stock trend going back to 1975 when there were high estimates, followed by a significant decline around 1980 and in the years following. And to put that peak in context compared to the line graph on this slide, the pre-1980 peak for mature females was around 130 to 140 million crab, and males peaked between 60 and 70 million. And there was some recovery to a lower peak of about 40 million females around 15 years ago, but estimated biomass has generally declined since 2010 to the point that the directed fishery wasn't open this winter. And while we're all grappling with the possible reasons for the stock decline, we're also learning from the trawl survey that red king crab are displaying a northward distribution in recent years, at least in the summer months when the survey occurs. And we'll get into more detail throughout the presentation, but since it's partly inspired the council's request for this paper, I wanted to show some orienting data up front. Here you can see the mature female abundance trend since 1985 on the left and the 2021 survey results on the right. And together these figures give you both a time series and a spatial snapshot sense of the Bristol Bay and Northern District data on where mature female crab are being found. And I'll also note that the 2021 survey results similarly mapped immature males, legal males in the geographic center of the stock distribution, and those maps are cited and linked in the discussion document. And we're defining the Northern District here as it's been described to the crab plan team and also in the 2021 survey materials and described to us by the Bristol Bay Red King crab stock assessment author. And finally, we have to consider that much, but not all of what we know about red king crab abundance is based on the summer survey, which doesn't tell the full story of how the stock is distributed throughout the year. And importantly, in the parts of the year when the directed fishery occurs and also when some of the bycatch fishery occur. It also doesn't reflect when and where crab are molting and mating, and thus most susceptible to unobserved mortality from mobile fishing gear. And that life history element is the first council information request that Dr. Cates will address in a moment. Before I hand over to Dr. Cates, I want to list the 4 topics that the council identified, and that will be the frame for the rest of this presentation. We reordered the topics from your original motions to try to make the information in the paper build a little more logically. And the additions on this slide in parentheses reflect areas where the analyst tried to add a little more context for a fuller understanding of the topic, even though it wasn't explicitly part of the motion. The paper and this presentation cover the topics as best we can at a discussion paper level, but we also want to state up front that the paper doesn't conclude with next steps for the council, as our discussion papers often do when the council has previously identified a potential policy direction that's being fleshed out before alternatives are clearly defined. So you can say this document was either very expansive or, maybe in some opinions very narrow, depending on who you ask. It's narrow in the sense that some of the aspects of this paper are really only viewed through the trawl lens, as was the direction of the council. And after reviewing this paper, the council could move directly to alternatives that relate to things under its authority to make recommendations on, like FMPs or federal regulations, or the council could take this information along with public testimony and decide that it wants staff to bring back more specific information that could lead to a recommended action plan or a plan by the council to coordinate with other agencies. So I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Cates now to take on the paper's first topic.
Great, thanks, Sam. Good morning. Can you hear me all right?
It's a little quiet, Dr. Cates.
All right, I will try and speak louder.
That's much better.
Right,
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so first up, I'll spend some time on what we know about Bristol Bay red king crab molting and mating before turning it back over to Sam to discuss stock boundaries. The council motion asked the analysts to provide the best available information on Bristol Bay red king crab molting and mating annual cycle and how the seasonality of this overlaps with fisheries and the effects these interactions may have. In this section, we primarily answer the first component of this request on molting and mating, and the impact that fisheries have during this time is more completely answered later in this presentation. So king crabs molt multiple times per year through age 3, after which molting is annual. At larger sizes, king crabs, especially the males, may skip molt as growth slows. When molting, it takes days to weeks after molting for red king crab shells to begin to harden. And red king crab are most vulnerable during the first few days to weeks of molting, and it takes around 74 days for the carapace to reach 90% of maximum hardness. During this time, as red king crab do not have a protective hard shell, they are at an increased risk of predation and harm from contact with fishing gear. It should also be noted that in general, harms experienced from fishing gear coming into contact with the crab, not crab moving into pots that is causing harm during this period, as crab do not feed during the molt and so are not tempted to enter baited pots. For red king crab, mating occurs at the same time as molting for mature females. The best available information we have for the timing of mating for Bristol Bay red king crab indicates that the mating season primarily occurs from January to March for females who are reproducing for the first time, and from April to June for females who have reproduced multiple times. Molting times for mature males are not as well understood as for mature females, but is believed to occur from March to May. Juvenile crabs may molt several times per year as they grow and can molt at different times during the year. So overall, the molting period for Bristol Bay red king crab for all the demographics is thought to range from January to June. And in a discussion of mating for Bristol Bay red king crab, we felt that a brief discussion of recruitment was also warranted and would set up a more thorough discussion on boundaries relating to Bristol Bay red king crab, which Sam will discuss next. Larval advection is an important process for recruitment in benthic invertebrates, as the supply of settlement-competent larvae to a given area typically depends upon larval hatch that occurs elsewhere. For species with long larval pelagic duration, substantial transport distances may occur before reaching the settling stage. As such, variable rates of connectivity and retention can result in large-scale population trends. Recent studies have assessed how predicted settlement success varied through changes in larval pelagic duration and oceanographic circulation patterns, finding that shorter transport distances were associated with warmer conditions, causing higher rates of local retention relative to cold conditions. In addition, recent studies have shown that it is possible for larvae hatched in southwest Bristol Bay to reach the Pribilof Islands, but that overall, larvae hatched in other regions of Bristol Bay are not likely to reach the Pribilof, and that there is a disconnect between the Pribilof Islands and the Bristol Bay red king crab populations. Historical knowledge has assumed that prior to the 1980s, the nearshore area of southwest Bristol Bay was the most important spawning ground for Bristol Bay red king crab. More recent studies have pointed to north of Unimak Island and the Black Hills as the population's most important hatching ground for supplying recruits to the population, an area that encompasses the red king crab savings area. This is mainly based on the predicted location that larvae hatched in this area will settle out on favorable nearshore benthic habitat. It is important to mention that recruitment variability is not fully understood for Bering Sea crab stocks, and that cold and warm years can affect both the recruitment success for Bristol Bay red king crab and the area to which they recruit. Additionally, eggs generally hatch in April, but colder temperatures can delay embryo development. So, and then overall mean age at recruitment into the directed fishery is 8 to 9 years, but recruitment has been extremely low over the last 12 years. So pulling all of this information that was just presented together and putting it into a table and overlying it with the timing of the Alaska Fisheries Science Center trawl survey, the directed Bristol Bay red king crab fishery, and the pelagic trawl fishery, we get this graphic. So assuming that red king crab are at their most vulnerable during the mate molt cycle, you can see the directed fishery does not overlap with particularly vulnerable times for Bristol Bay red king crab. The Alaska Fisheries Science Center survey tends to sample toward the end of the mating and molting cycle for mature female red king crabs. And depending on when and how the fishery has been executed, the pelagic trawl fishery for pollock has the potential to interact with mature female red king crabs during vulnerable times. Generally, the pelagic trawl pollock fishery tends to catch their limits by late April for the A season. And similarly, the directed fishery for Bristol Bay red king crab, which is open October 15th to January 15th, but limits are generally reached by the end of October. A more in-depth discussion on how the pelagic trawl fleet might interact with Bristol Bay red king crab will be more thoroughly discussed later in this presentation. And with that, I will turn it back over to Sammy.
Okay, Mr. Chair, ready to move on to the second topic. The council asked us to evaluate 4 different boundaries that relate to Bristol Bay red king crab management and assessment. And those boundaries were the trawl survey grid, the stock assessment area, the trawl PSC limit zone that applies to Bristol Bay red king crab, also known as Zone 1, and the ADF&G registration area that defines red king crab directed fishery for Bristol Bay. And we understood evaluate to mean to give a reasonably thorough description of where the areas are, what effects they have, where they do or don't align, and how any mismatches might matter or how those mismatches are dealt with. Also, given the context of the council's request about red king crab life history and bottom contact, it made sense to describe some other boundaries that dictate where trawl vessels can operate, or certain types of trawl vessels, as in either pelagic or non-pelagic gear, or CPs or CVs. And those areas that we get into are the red king crab savings area and savings sub area, and also the nearshore Bristol Bay trawl closure area, as well as the catcher vessel operation area. In this presentation, we're going to show a few map versions of the area and then talk about relevant management issues. And after that, because the council request specified PSC limit zone 1, we thought this would be the appropriate place to provide some background on trawl bycatch of red king crab and how those limits are managed. The last part of this section highlights the most timely research on seasonal distribution of red king crab through logbook studies and ongoing tagging work to develop the understanding of where crab are when the directed fishery occurs, as in the logbook study, and then when some of the bycatch fisheries occur, as in the case of the tagging study. So on this slide, you're seeing 2 versions of boundary overlays in the Bristol Bay region. On the top, you have the ADF&G statistical areas in red, the summer trawl survey stations in blue, and the directed fishery area in green. The bottom figure shows the survey grid, and just for an example, the 2021 mature female survey abundance in both the pink area that's used for the stock assessment and the unshaded area that include unstratified red king crab that are not included in the assessment. As I alluded to earlier, the 2021 survey found roughly double the previous maximum of mature females in that unstratified northern district, and the second highest biomass of immature males in the time series dating back to 1975. And here you can see the survey's annual center of stock distribution dating back to 1975, with 2021 circled in orange at the north end of the historical range. We also show on the bottom figure that over the same time period, the center of the fisheries latitude does not necessarily move north with the assessment stock. Obviously, we'll need to see what happens in the coming years, but this opens up the question about whether changing the assessment area to follow the stock while the fishery might stay in place for other reasons, like proximity to ports, might have consequences in terms of local exploitation on a subset of the stock that may or may not be important in terms of production and future recruitment. Section 3.2 of this paper on page 9 lays out a few reasons that might explain why the center of distribution is moving north, with the caveat that this is not settled science. Crab in the southern portion of Bristol Bay might be doing less well, thus not available to the survey, or the crab could be either moving north or more available in the north due to environmental factors. A relative northward shift in surveyed abundance doesn't necessarily mean that individual crab are physically moving. So for example, bottom temperatures could be affecting where larval release occurs and thus where successful juveniles recruit. One thing to keep in mind from a management perspective is that crab found in the unstratified area north of the Bristol Bay stock area could be contributing to the rationalized Bristol Bay red king crab stock, or they could be contributing to the unrationalized Norton Sound stock. This slide shows the trawl limitation zones that overlap the Bristol Bay red king crab stock area. And then on the bottom puts them all together showing the directed fishery area for ADFNG area T. You'll see the map on the bottom again when we plot where trawling with pelagic gear is estimated to contact the seafloor, as was your request. The first thing to note is that crab PSC limit zone 1 for the groundfish fisheries does not encompass all of the Bristol Bay red king crab directed fishery area. In other words, there are areas within the stock boundary where trawl bycatch does not accrue to the PSC limit. The second thing to note is the red king crab savings area, shown in green on the top. The RKCSA is closed to non-pelagic trawl gear. This was implemented in the mid-90s to protect the stock in an area that was determined at that time to be key to molting and mating. In the red king crab savings sub area, the strip along the bottom of the savings area can be open to non-pelagic trawl gear, but it has a separate PSC limit and it's closed when the directed crab fishery is closed, as is the case for this year. Trawl vessels using pelagic gear, which for all intents means the directed pollock fishery, are not excluded from the savings area. The closures that affect the pollock fishery are the nearshore Bristol Bay trawl closure area to the east of the savings area, and also the seasonal closure of area 516 from March 15th to June 15th. And you can see area 516 outlined in blue on the top figure. And later, also when we look at the monthly bottom contact estimation, you'll notice how the pelagic trawl fishery moves west after the month of March. Because it's on this map, I should mention that the northern Bristol Bay trawl area near Togiak, shown in orange, is an area that's only open to trawling from April to early June. And the restriction, like the trawl closure area, is meant to protect juvenile red king crab. And the trawl fishing that does occur in that Togiak area is done with non-pelagic gear for flatfish. So you'll see that the eastern Bristol Bay region doesn't come into play when we look at pelagic gear in the next section. And since we're already using the terms pelagic and non-pelagic in this presentation, I want to go ahead and define those terms as they're used here, which we don't do in the paper until the beginning of the next section on page 19. So many may understand pelagic to mean the part of the water column that's off the bottom, and sometimes it's used casually and interchangeably with midwater, which itself is actually a term that's specific to the catch counting system for pollock. However, for this paper and in federal regulations, pelagic trawl refers to the specifications of the actual physical gear, namely that it doesn't have discs, bobbins, or rollers that elevate the trawl off the seafloor. Vessels directed fishing for pollock are actually prohibited from using non-pelagic gear that would include those elements, as well as elevated trawl sweeps that have been required under the non-pelagic gear definition for more than a decade for certain targets. So for the purpose of this paper, you can think of pelagic as synonymous with the pollock fishery.
Mr. Cunningham, Mr. Dallin has a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham, and thank you, Dr. Daly and Dr. Paloff. My question is, before we move on to the tagging, which I see is coming up, but before we move on, just looking at these centers of distribution, which is, incredibly important to look at and I understand these centers of distribution maps you have here are from the summer trawl survey, and that we'll get to the tagging information, what that might say about the winter in a minute. But since you didn't overlay the red king crab savings area with the centers of distribution, could you just tell me just briefly how those, I can do it roughly here, but the center of distribution seems to be pretty consistent with what you're calling the center of distribution, seems to be pretty consistent with the red king crab savings area. Is that right? I see there's some overlap there, but that the red king crab savings area still seems to me to represent the center of distribution. for
Through the
males
chair,
and females.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mr. Downs, through the chair. Do you have my cursor on the screen there?
We do.
Okay, I had the same thoughts as Mr. Downs and was eyeballing the latitudes and longitudes that were in the previous slide here. Again, this is posted material, but the center of distribution, with the caveat, as Mr. Downs said, that this is survey data, does fall pretty much around the north end of the savings area. And I think you'll probably remember this conversation from December 2021 when you were considering an emergency rule request focused on this northern area, but it is just on the north end of the box.
Mr. Cunningham, I was mistaken that it doesn't look like your cursor is showing up well on the screen here.
Okay, well, I apologize for that, Mr. Chair. I'm pointing at the top end of the green box on the slide on screen. So the centers of distribution would be, yes, just north of the savings area.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Mr. Downs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going back since we stopped for a moment, Sam, and just in section 3.2 also, and I'm just wondering the discussion about the center of distribution for both males and females and at or near the northernmost latitude, that seems prevalent in your paper. Are we doing work, or what work is ongoing to understand whether that is the same stock of Bristol Bay Red King crab shifting north, or whether that is possibly a different stock?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, this might be an opportunity for Dr. Paloff or Dr. Daly to jump in. However, yeah, I think what the paper says and what Dr. Cates said earlier is that, we think advection moves from the south to the north, whether it's, carrying successful juveniles all the way to Norton Sound to recruit there, might have to do with where larval release occurs, which could be influenced by the cold pool. I'll pause for a minute and see if one of our more qualified consultants wants to jump in.
Hi there, this is Ben Daly. I can chime in here if needed. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great, thanks. In response to the question about kind of ongoing research to get at kind of stock boundaries and whether the north portion of the stock is separate stock or related to the Bristol Bay stock. I believe in the next slide or one of the coming slides, we'll be talking about some satellite tagging work that's going on currently. That work is meant to address seasonal movement patterns of legal males as well as mature females. There's been some genetic research to look at stock structure from a genetic perspective. That's much more historical work and not so much ongoing. There's been some recent larval advection modeling research that's trying to understand larval advection patterns under variable environmental conditions. So these are just sort of some of the kind of ongoing and recent research projects that are kind of trying to get at some of this. But again, you can kind of try to understand stock structure from a few different angles. Like I mentioned, movement of the juveniles and adults, stock genetic perspective, as well as kind of recruitment patterns and larval advection as it relates to larval source locations.
Thank you for that responsive follow-up, Mr. Chair. In that same section, and I just wanted some clarity, if possible, the information in the paper about linking distribution to environmental variables like temperature. What's cited seems pretty dated, I guess, 2005, 2010. And if you could just remind me, are we still thinking that that is a likely scenario where we have distribution linked to temperature? And if so, is that kind of the scientific understanding that is something that we should be looking at as an indicator when we start to potentially look at maybe different or revised area closures to protect Bristol Bay red king crab?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. In my opinion, yes, oceanographic temperatures are going to be a big influencer on the spatial distribution of the population. So my short answer is yes, that is something that should be considered.
Thank you, Dr. Daly. Okay, Mr. Cunningham, I don't see additional questions. Please continue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the definition of pelagic trawl, which is where I left off, brings us to this map that fulfills a request we heard a lot while developing this paper, which was, how does a pollock fishery overlap the Bristol Bay red king crab stock area? Now, ideally, we'd be looking at the overlap of pollock fishing and crab distribution during the times that the pollock fishery actually occurs. However, the information we have here in the red scale part of the map is a snapshot of the raw unextrapolated crab encountered by the trawl survey in June of 2021. And then the blue scale shows where the pollock fishery occurred from 2018 to 2021 on average. So again, you can see the predominance of red king crab encountered by the survey in June in area 512 to getting into the east of Bristol Bay. That's actually part of the trawl closure area. And then to the north edge, the northwest edge of the stock area. And there is a time disconnect here because of when the survey occurs in June and when much of the pollock fishery occurs. It does, obviously the bee season, as you know, starts in mid-June. But there's a time disconnect in these two pieces of information, and that's pretty critical to a general understanding that we'll talk about more when we talk about bottom contact by pelagic trawl gear. Is we can answer that question as best we can, but making the link from where pelagic trawl gear is and what impact it's having on red king crab is lacking that linkage between where the crab are at a specific time and then as importantly, what their shell condition is and their susceptibility to contact. So Dr. Daly just touched on this information, but since we are talking about the knowledge gap on the seasonal distribution of red king crab, it made sense to pull this in. It's in section 3.5 of the discussion document. And this short section highlighted recent and ongoing work on where the crab are outside of the summer survey period. There was a study on crab fishery logbooks from 2005 to 2016, which found that on average, the majority of crab harvested when the season opens in the late portion of the calendar year are caught in areas that were closed to trawl fishing or to non-pelagic trawl fishing. But that figure did fluctuate annually based on temperature regimes. That was the finding of this paper published in 2018. And the author of that paper stated, quote, "It's difficult to evaluate the placement of no trawl zones because most crab bycatch occurs in trawl fisheries during winter when crab distributions are unknown," unquote. The point to make here is that understanding the spatial distribution of crab throughout the year is a critical part of evaluating how effective closure areas can be. Right now, there's a tagging study that Dr. Daly mentioned that is starting to yield results. ADF&G, NIMS, and the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation partnered to deploy 330 satellite tags this past fall, which is the largest effort to date. There were 90 male tags that have released, and that's what you're seeing on the screen. Female tag results aren't available yet. And this is valuable, but also costly information, and it might be the best alternative, though, to systematic surveys throughout the year, which could be considered cost prohibitive, although that's not for me to decide. So tagging, though, we should note, is also expensive. Each of these hundreds of tags costs several $1,000s. And given that limitation and sample size, another challenge of approaching the knowledge gap through tagging will be determining how well the tagged individuals represent the entire population. So if there are further questions on this study, we can invite Dr. Daly as one of the investigators to answer. But one takeaway from this part of the conversation with the AP was that the early results seem to suggest that the savings area is potentially still in a good place. and whether that's the best place or whether static closures that don't apply to all gear types is optimal for balancing the balancing act that the council has to do might be the real question that you're taking on with this agenda item. Let me pause and see if there are further questions on Dr. Daly's collaborative work.
Mr. Cunningham, I'm not sure what the question is on, but Mr. Mesereau does have one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. I'm sorry, I was a little hung up on the last question said. And what I'm wondering is, when you look at this diagram that you superimposed on the last question, which was, I think, figure 3.4, it shows the centroid by latitude over time, and it looks like it fluctuates up and down. And I'm just wondering, while we're at this point where we're trying to seek solutions, do you feel like the fluctuations are based on changes in temperature or regime change for sea conditions, or this northern migration that appears to be in the diagram also looks like in other times it went back down again? And what I'm wondering is, are we making an assumption that the population is moving north without a chance that it returns back south? Because we're sort of looking at what we can do about interactions, and it would be good to know if the thought is that this northern migration is now a permanent thing, or if it's going to be fluctuating like it has over history.
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, I'm going to see if one of our Fish and Game partners wants to jump in on that.
Yeah, I can. That's this is Ben again. That's a great question through the chair. I'll do my best to respond to it. I think it's unknown, what's going to happen with the population moving forward. We do see kind of fluctuations in the latitude and the spatial distribution of the population. It does go up, it does go down. It's likely related to temperature. Figure 3.6 in the discussion paper kind of shows general trends with the centroid latitudes in relation to summer bottom trough temperature. And we do kind of see this general trend where the population does tend to move north in warmer years. I think the movement back down south in colder conditions is something that we might expect. The degree that occurs moving forward, I think, is unknown.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Daly. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I did want to ask a bit more about the tagging study if Mr. Daly wants to provide more information. And I guess specifically, is the sample size that we're using for the tagging study something that would allow us to use those data or those results alone, or does that need to be in tandem with something else? If what Mr. Cunningham is getting at, that we need to understand where crab are throughout the year, what is our best kind of combination of data or data efforts to get to that? Can we use tagging alone? Do we need to combine it with the winter survey? I'd like your perspective on that, Ben.
Yeah, another great question. Thank you for that. I would say in general with fisheries research, it's very rare that we can kind of answer these big picture questions with one single study. And so my opinion is that we need to keep scratching away at these difficult questions regarding movement patterns, environmental forcing in relation to spatial distribution. I think we need to keep going and continue this research. I don't think that this one tagging study that we're talking about here is enough to make kind of broad management decisions. It's informative. It's a single tagging study in a single year over a course of months with relatively small numbers, even though it's the biggest satellite tagging study we've done to date in the Bering Sea. Relative to an overall population, we're talking about very small numbers of animals. So I think the best we can do is glean what we can in terms of broad population trends from this bit of information, But I think we need to continue down this path and keep scratching away at these kind of big picture questions. I'm not sure if that's helpful, but I'll stop there.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Daly. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Daly. I want to follow up on Ms. Kimball's question regarding the tagging study. I'm trying to get a feel for when it might be available for peer review. I look at the chart that we have that shows like the distribution or where the tags were attached and released. And I'm trying to better understand the sample design and how that might inform either further studies or how we might incorporate that into others and for the peer review on that process. And it's my understanding that the tags on the females are set to release sometime this spring. And so I would assume it'll be sometime later this fall that might be potentially available, and that would include, like size distribution of the crab that were tagged and that kind of thing. Can you provide any additional information on that?
Yeah, I will say that the results from this tagging study and some recent tagging studies, the interpretation of those results is sort of ongoing. Dr. Leah Zacher is leading kind of a paper that will be kind of synthesizing the results for the legal males. For the satellite tagging results, we've got some results on other tagging types such as spaghetti tags, hydroacoustic tagging. So the interpretation of that body of work as a whole is ongoing. There's a draft manuscript that will be kind of synthesizing that work that again is in progress. Regarding the mature females, which I will say the most recent study that we're talking about, the majority of those tags were attached to mature females. And so those satellite tags have not popped to the surface. We don't have those results. We won't for a few more weeks, but I would say your timeline for final results for the female tags probably will be later this summer into the fall, by the time we have those analyses in hand. Yeah, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Daly. And Mr. Cunningham, I don't see any additional questions, so please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a slide summarizing some of the boundary-related management issues that we laid out in section 3.1 of the paper. The surveyed abundance feeds into not only the stock assessment, but also the thresholds to dictate the Zone 1 PSC limit, and of course, the open or closed status of the directed Bristol Bay Red King Crab fishery. And the status of the directed fishery also feeds back into groundfish management in terms of whether the savings subarea or 10-minute strip at the bottom of the savings area is open to non-pelagic trawling. The stock assessment itself uses the survey data from stations that overlap Area T. It also uses retained and discarded catch in the directed fishery and also PSC from groundfish fisheries. And we note that PSC is denominated in two different ways. One is when it's used for the assessment and one for the Zone 1 PSC limit. The PSC used in the assessment requires some data work around the edges where the NMFS management boundaries don't perfectly align with the stock area. The council, when it requested this paper, isn't necessarily contemplating changing boundaries as far as I understand, but it is important to note that the only boundary on our list that the council has direct authority over is the Zone 1 PSC limit boundary. And in fact, your crab FMP adopts the state of Alaska's management area and stock definition. So any change to Area T would be under state authority. And I'd assume that any change to the survey areas incorporated in the stock assessment or stock definition would be a collaborative effort between the state and the crab plan team. which is a council body. Also, federal regulations specifically define the Bristol Bay Red King crab stock area as part of implementing the crab rationalization program. And so because of that, NIMS and the state would need to coordinate on any change to the Bristol Bay Red King crab fishing area, or otherwise crab IFQ could not be retained in areas that were newly defined by the state but don't match what's in federal regulations. Okay, so moving on within topic 2 to where we talk about prohibited species catch. The topic of trawl PSC in zone 1 is covered in section 3.4 of the paper, starting on page 15. And this slide shows that the zone 1 PSC limit and catch since 2010. And it's not here on this slide, but the paper also gives the context of how much groundfish is being caught in the directed pollock fishery that occurs in that zone 1 area, and also what the crab PSC rates are for the pollock fishery and other fishery categories that do have a crab bycatch limit. The limits are dictated by abundance and spawning biomass estimates from the survey, and they've reached the lowest step in the table and regulations here in 2022. The highlighted cells in the lower table are pointing out historical PSC levels that would have exceeded the limits that are in place for this year, which are the 2022 row in the top table. I also want to note that in this context, TLAS, or the trawl limited access sector, includes all trawl fishing that's not part of Amendment 80. So this does include AFA as well as non-AFA CVs. And that's how the zone 1 PSC limits are defined in regulations. So functionally, when a zone 1 PSC limit is reached, then the directed fishery or fishery category is closed in that area for non-pelagic trawl gear. The council's request asked specifically about pelagic fishing, so I think it bears mention that the pollock fishery is not directly affected by this type of cap. When you look at the cap in the PSC history of the pollock at other category, you can really just think of pollock for the context of zone 1, because Atka mackerel is not a species that's targeted in this part of the Bering Sea, and the directed fisheries for the other category, i.e. sharks, skates, and octopus, is never open. So you'll have noticed from previous slides that zone 1 only covers a portion of the stock area, and there are parts of area T north and west of zone 1, and then there's the trawl closure area to the east. So setting that nearshore closure area to the side, because I don't think it's on the radar to open new trawl areas, you could think broadly about what would happen if zone 1 was made to align with the directed fishery and stock definition area. And in terms of PSC, basically that means you're counting more crab towards the PSC limits that could close directed non-pelagic fisheries within zone 1. Given the pelagic gear definition, though, this doesn't directly affect where the pollock fishery could occur. But it could have a direct impact on sectors like Amendment 80 or the TLAS fisheries for yellowfin sole, for example. And then here we've provided for context information on retained and discarded catch in the directed crab fishery. This table is reported in number of animals. These amounts are estimated by ADF&G based on sex-specific CPUE, where all females are discarded by regulation and male discards are calculated as the difference between the CPUE estimate for males and retained catch. And most discarded males are of sublegal size, but it is possible to discard others if they're either close calls on size or if the shell condition is poor. And the directed fishery gets a 20% discard mortality rate for red king crab, which is lower than the rates for trawl fisheries. The DMR for trawl is 80%, for fixed gear it's 50%, and for red king crab caught in the Tanner crab fishery it's 25%. And one thing that came up in the advisory panel was a question about observer coverage in the crab fishery. There's 20% observer coverage, and that's a state of Alaska regulation. And the way that they mean 20%, as opposed to how the groundfish and halibut observer program works, is that the department randomly selects 20% of vessels to carry onboard observers 100% of the time. And just for comparison, the non-rationalized groundfish fisheries that have had observer coverage, the non-rationalized groundfish fisheries have had observer coverage levels between 15 and 19% in recent years. The partial coverage trawl fishery has been between 16 and 24%. And the target for 2022 for non-rationalized trawl is 30%. And then you have your trawl electronic monitoring, EFP, which is 100% at sea monitoring. And in the Bering Sea, it's 100% shoreside monitoring as well. And then obviously the rationalized fisheries like AFA and Amendment 80 have full coverage. And one other thing, I guess it's not in the presentation, but came up repeatedly at the AP, and I'll mention because it was in a paper before you in December, is what the bycatch in other commercial groundfish fisheries was of red king crab. So, you know, we responded mostly to your directive to look at pelagic trawl fishing. In December of 2021, you looked at that emergency rule request, and the red king crab PSC or bycatch estimates for other gears was reported there. The pot fishery, groundfish pot fishery, on average had over 100,000 red king crab, although that was heavily influenced by 2 years. This is from 2016 to 2021. So the median was closer to 35 to 40,000 red king crab in that fishery. For hook and line, the numbers are lower, about 2,000 to 3,000 on average. And then for non-pelagic trawl gear, the average over that period was in the high 40,000s. So, Mr. Chair, I want to pause here. This is the last slide on boundaries, and next we'd be moving into the bottom contact portion of the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you. Mr. Cunningham, on the last statistics, I didn't hear if you had translated that to mortality or if those were just numbers of crab.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Through the chair, the table I'm referring to that was in your December emergency rule analysis is titled Red King Crab Bycatch and bycatch of crab is a number of crab and no discard mortality rate is applied. So thank you for that clarification, Ms. Kimball.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cunningham. I don't see any further questions.
Okay, so what did we do here? This is the next topic of the paper. The council asked us to provide the best available information on bottom contact by pelagic trawl gear and the impact it may have on Bristol Bay red king crab stocks. So there are really two questions in that sentence. One is, how best can we estimate where pelagic trawl gear was contacting the bottom? The word impact carries a lot of weight there, and I won't, rehash it too many times here, but as I mentioned earlier, this is where we're facing the information or knowledge challenge between where pelagic trawl fishing occurs and where crab are and what the condition of those crab are, and thus their susceptibility. The first thing to say here is that this paper, as we thought of it, is not breaking news that pelagic trawl gear contacts the bottom. There are regulations that acknowledge this, and also studies, most chiefly as part of your essential fish habitat review process, that have put this information before the council and the SSC. And we stand kind of on the shoulders of that previous work to answer your question about bottom contact as best we can. So we have taken an approach here that uses the information that goes into the fishing effects model, although it is used in the fishing effects and EFH context for a different purpose. And we've taken that existing information and put it through the two-step process that has been reviewed by the SSC to translate raw trawl tracks collected with VMS into estimated bottom contact. And pages 25 and 26 of the paper lay this out in greater detail. This is a bottom contact estimation through a model So the contact adjustment, which is the second step, and we'll talk about in a second, is something that's being selected from a range that's specific to each category of trawl event. And a category of trawl event basically categorizes a tow based on the characteristics of the vessel, its size, where it's fishing, when it's fishing, what it's fishing for, things like that. And then indexes that to a range of estimated bottom contact. And that range covers a distribution. And then what a model does, as in all cases, is it's assigning a contact adjustment, to translate the raw trawl track to how much contact is estimated to have occurred. It's selecting a probability from that range that's dictated by what type of vessel this was, what it was up to. And then it's picking from that distribution. So that is my best short explanation of what's been done here. The cartoon version of this on the screen, just to start at the top, this would be the most basic, tow length based on VMS data, and then maximum width is drawn by, and the work that I'm referencing here is the work that went into the fishing effects model for the purpose of EFH reviews and went before the SSC. So the investigators who designed this took maximum width from talking to gear manufacturers. So if a vessel is of a certain type, nature, size, if you lay the trawl out in the warehouse, what's its maximum width? That's my understanding. First adjustment, the first step shown here, is adjusting that to nominal width, because the net is going to perform differently in the ocean than it would in the warehouse on the floor. And the net is also going to perform differently for a variety of real world factors about what's happening in the ocean. I think you'll probably hear testimony from people who can explain this more eloquently than me, but some of the reason or the things that contribute to nominal width adjustments that are referenced in the information paper have to do with fishing depth is a good example. As I understand, fishing at a shallower depth, you're going to have less cable out, so that might be a factor that restricts the opening of the net. That's just one example of many reasons why the nominal width is less than the maximum width, but that's the first step. And then the second step I already referred to is, okay, so based on factors that we understand about how a net performs in the water, how often is this pelagic net for this category of fishing event going to be contacting the bottom? And the investigators who put this information together for the purposes of the fishing effects model are first consulting with participants in the fishery, in the trawl fishery, to know what they know, but also doing analyses of benthic organisms that might come up in a trawl net and correlations of what the trawl height is, so the height of the head rope, which is something that's recorded routinely, versus the seafloor. And so if that's a certain number of meters, and we know that a net that's deployed typically on a certain type of vessel is another certain number of meters, then if the difference between trawl height and seafloor is within a certain range, then you have a high probabilistic outcome of contacting the seafloor. So I'm doing a lot of translating work that has been previously done. This is not original to this discussion paper. Probably a good time to pause for questions in case I butchered that too badly.
I don't see any questions. Oh, Mr. Down has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. I've read the paper in its entirety a number of times, and I'm looking at the graph that you have here, and the estimated range that these pelagic trawl nets are on the bottom. I think the conclusion that I've come to is that there's some bottom contact in a majority of the tows, and I may comment on that in deliberations. I don't want to do that without knowing for sure that that's the case. But that's my takeaway when I'm looking at the percentages, which you're not showing here, but are shown in the analysis. So I just wanted to get your comment on that. If that's the proper takeaway. Thank you.
Mr. Down, through the chair, the one thing I would quibble with there is majority. We very explicitly say that the range for the bottom contact adjustment from which the model is selecting is between 20 and 60% for CVs. So the fattest part of that distribution is around 40%. Obviously, CPs are at a higher level, depending on the season. The bottom contact adjustment is drawn from 70 to 100%. So to say majority, I think you'd have to have some more certainty about which vessels are fishing how much. So I think what this comes back to is it's not news that pelagic trawl gear contacts the bottom. We should understand that these are estimates, and until there are more scuba divers down there observing what's going on, I think it's the best we can do to say that yes, the nets do contact the bottom, but to seize on one number that's part of the modeling exercise and say that that's the amount is probably incorrect and a little bit of false precision.
Yeah, just a follow-up question on that. So I was thinking more on the CP side than the CV when I was looking at those numbers, because the CPs I think are fishing, inside the red king crab savings area more than the CVs are. And so, I'm glad I asked that question, and I really appreciate your answer, because I don't want to get off track here with this. I want to make sure that, but the estimates that we currently have, like the best available science for the CPs, is that the number could be somewhere between 70 and 100%. Is that right? Leaving out the word majority because some of these are CVs, but for CVs, that's the best available information that we have, or is that still a stretch saying going? I want to make sure I don't go too far with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Down, I appreciate the understanding that it's tricky, but yeah, I think you're correct. The work that was not novel for this information paper, based on talking to fishery participants and also studies correlating, organisms and trawls and trawl height, that was the range for CPs that the fishing effects model uses. And while the fishing effects model is doing a different thing, we've used that exact methodology for these area swept estimates. So what you're saying in that respect is accurate, I think, as well as you could be.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Cunningham. I appreciate that.
Right. I don't see additional questions. Back to you, Mr. Cunningham.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll move on to the next slide. I wanted to show this. It was part of a technology proving study. And the point here was to put gear on the bottom and see how effective and deployable bottom contact sensors are. So what you're seeing here is just one experimental tow on a catcher vessel. And that catcher vessel, of course, would have certain characteristics about when and where it was fishing and how big it is, et cetera, that would kind of put it in one bucket as far as how to assign it a contact adjustment if this were part of the fishery and that was the purpose. But so this is one representation of the reality behind the kind of cartooned model of what pelagic trawl bottom contact looks like that I showed you in the previous slide. And another reason to show you this is that it illustrates how variable bottom contact can be across a single fishing event. And again, to be very clear, the operator in this case was trying to put the gear on the bottom, if that makes sense. So it's also important to note, that this is not representative of all CVs, both in the purpose the operator was trying to achieve, but also that CVs would have a different profile depending on when and where they're fishing and what they're fishing for. And the fishing effects model does the best it can to incorporate that. This is work that is part of a not yet published thesis from Brianna King who is doing that work through Alaska Pacific University, who is a great contributor to this paper. So here we move to how we, in the paper itself, for economy of maps, not having 212 maps in the discussion paper, is bottom contact estimates or swept area estimates averaged by seasons, A and B seasons, across the entire range of years that was available to the fishing effects model. So that was the data set. And this is just pelagic trawl gear. This is different from fishing effects, which you've seen, because fishing effects is trying to do something else. It's looking at cumulative impacts on the environment first from all gears, but also it incorporates information about what the type of substrate that's being impacted is, and also the resiliency of that substrate. So this, in some sense, is kind of a dumb model because we were only interested in one thing, which is how much do we estimate gear touched the bottom. So this leads into the monthly information from the output. And if you look at Appendix 2, every month, January to November, of all the studied years is made available individually. So you can kind of drill down on that parts of the year as you like. When you look at this animation, you can see the pollock fishery that moves west after March because of that 5/16 closure. One thing I want to point out here, which is different from the previous slide, is that we've changed the color scale on the bottom to be kind of logarithmic, which means that there's 10 steps between 1 and 10, and there's also only 10 steps between 10 and 100, so that everything doesn't kind of wash out in one area. But what this means when you're looking at this animation is you want to really overweight in your mind things that appear purple. These are areas where a 5 kilometer square grid cell is being trawled multiple times, overlapping trawls within the context or the time period of a month. And, I think this information, let's see, and you can parse this by month to make some links to important times and areas for red king crab to the extent that we know them. And you can go through Appendix 2 and look at that however you want, but that information is still going to be available to us as the state of knowledge about critical habitat or productive release grounds for Bristol Bay red king crab are further developed through the work that you already discussed with Dr. Daly in this presentation. So finally, yeah, I'm really grateful for the assistance that we got from APU to visualize this data that I'll say again, it's just a new way to look at information that had already been collected, but it had only been utilized as part of an all gears model that had a much different intent. So this figure, which is in the paper, gives you a time series plot of the estimated swept area by the regions we defined on the maps that we just showed. And the obvious takeaway here is that there is a substantial swept area that we looked at that isn't part of PSC Limit Zone 1. Also, there is a clear reflection of the greater amounts of contact at the beginning of the A and B seasons. And, to restate, this is just plotting estimated bottom contact. That doesn't necessarily directly equate to total trawl effort in terms of the number of toes or cumulative toe length. Nevertheless, the point is that this figure isn't able to explain why there's an increase in some areas, this figure by itself in more recent years. So if you look at the savings area or savings sub area, it could be that this is where the pollock are in these years, or that the pollock are in that area or more on the bottom. Could also reflect increased focus on avoiding salmon or herring that are higher in the water column in those areas. And the real explanation is likely some combination of those things. And I do think you'll hear in testimony that both pelagic and non-pelagic trawl operators in general fish where the CPU is good and also where it's clean with respect to the bycatch fisheries that the fleet is incentivized to prioritize. And so here we've already listed 3. There's crab, pollock, and salmon. So anyway, I think that this is the best way we could fulfill the council's request. I'm going to pause again, Mr. Chair, to see if there are questions.
Mr. Down has a question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm referring to figure 4.4 that's up on our screen now, Sam. And I'm looking at the red king crab savings area. It looks like there's been about a 10-time increase since 2014 to 2021 in effort in the pelagic trawl fleet in the red king crab savings area since 2014. So I'm just wondering if you have any conclusions as to why that is. Is that just where the pollock are? Is it warm water? And also I'm curious, did you do this for any other gear types? Have the pot fleet increased, or the long line fleet, any of the fixed gear fleets, have they increased their efforts, or has that stayed flat, or is this something that's just the pollock fleet? So that's kind of a two questions in one, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you through the chair, Mr. Down. I'm probably not going to answer either one of your questions, unfortunately. First I want to clarify, this isn't effort. This is bottom contact. So, events that weren't estimated not to contact the bottom or to contact it a very small amount would put less weight into any of these curves. But more to the point, we did not look outside of pelagic trawl. This was a very expansive information request from the council, so we hewed to the pelagic trawl fishery. I think people will be interested in, we could look at PSC estimates for other gear types, and I did verbally report some of those from last December to you. I don't know that this type of analysis works quite as well with some fixed gears, just because of the bottom contact estimates being smaller. But I guess what I'm saying is that what you're alluding to would be future work that you're more than welcome to request of staff. And I guess as far as the why of increases within the savings area, I think that question is better left to participants in the fishery whom you'll hear from. My best guess was that's where fishing was most productive and cleanest, and that trawl operators have a long list of things that they shouldn't be doing at any given time. So whether that's crab, salmon, herring, the right kind of pollock, but let me please leave that to participants in the fishery.
Mr. Down?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. I understand that this is bottom contact and not effort, but effort inside the red king crab savings area, for instance, would be a driver in this. Is that, am I wrong on that? That's what would drive this increase, is increased effort would drive increased bottom contact in the area? Or am I missing something there?
Through the chair, Mr. Down, that's the most likely explanation. I just don't have the data, at hand to say exactly why. So there could be the same amount of effort that happens to be contacting the bottom less, or there could be more effort contacting the bottom the same amount. I think what you're saying is the most likely answer. I just don't objectively have the ability to say yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham.
Mr. Cunningham, I don't see further questions, so we can move on to the next slide, and then after that, we'll take our morning break.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That will be perfect, because this is the last slide until we move to the final section of the paper. And this is just a roundup here of the other information, part of topic 3. The type of information that we did just go through about bottom contact could eventually contribute to the ecosystem and socioeconomic profile, or ESP metrics. And I mentioned that it's in the paper, and while that is well and good, I think the point is not necessarily just to dig up data to fill out reports, valuable reports, But I mention it here because it highlights that gap that we're still needing to bridge. So it's one thing, again, to know where pelagic trawls could be contacting the seafloor, but that's just pointing you in the direction of areas of interest or vulnerabilities, which I think is the point of the metric. So I didn't mean to demean developing metrics. But for an indicator to really get you to stock impact, you'd need that extra step of folding in data on the spatial overlap of trawls and the seasonal crab distribution, as well as their molt mate status. There hasn't been a lot of research on pelagic trawl gear contacting the bottom, but fortunately what does exist is fairly recent. So we already looked at that example of work on event level bottom contact sensing. We also cited master's work on a field study of raised foot ropes for pelagic nets, which found that it's possible to raise foot ropes, but the best ways to do it are not permitted under regulation. The study didn't attempt to determine what impacts raising ropes in those ways might have on target catch or bycatch avoidance, which is always something you look at. I know when you look at your excluder EFPs, for example. So the thing that study made me realize is I don't know whether the pollock fishery wants to use raised gear. I just know that they're not allowed to. And so I think that will be interesting discussion maybe in public testimony. And then on the topic of unobserved mortality, this is a big issue. I'm not gonna, this wasn't a full literature review. We focused on studies that were most relevant to the Bristol Bay region, and they're all focused on non-pelagic trawls. I think one thing that I learned is that it seems that mortality is variable across different parts of a non-pelagic trawl. And on one hand, with pelagic gear, we have a trawl that isn't on the ground as constantly, as you saw in the bottom contact adjustment cartoon, but it also doesn't have the benefits of elevating gear elements. So we're firmly in the realm of impact estimation, and maybe an appropriate frame of mind to approach this question is if we do somehow get better information to estimate unobserved mortality, at what point and how would it be prudent to fold that into management? And here in the paper, we point back to the SSC in their minutes from February 2021, where they considered this and noted that unobserved mortality is already captured in some ways, or so to speak, in the assessment under natural mortality. So there would be some risk of double counting mortality if it's not done right. And to, I think for me to go much further down that road, I would be doing the topic a disservice, but that's what the paper touches on is, recent studies as best we can. And then that kind of caveat that we all understand that unobserved mortality is of great interest. And for a sector like pelagic trawl, where the observed mortality is quite low, it leads one to really want to know what else is going on. So this paper, I guess, lays out the state of knowledge as best we could determine it. So Mr. Chair, I think I'll just pause here or stop here for any questions on this topic, and we would be ready to resume with topic 4 of the paper after your break.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. It's on slide 26, I guess. In your discussion about potentially using this as an ecosystem indicator, and I wanted to know if you could elaborate on that. We're already using the fishing effects model and the estimations you provided in this paper for cumulative effects on benthic habitat. Is that what you're talking about, moving into an ecosystem indicator, or are you trying to make the leap to the potential stock impacts as well?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. So this kind of came to me because when the authors of the ESP reached out, having heard about the work that APU was doing to visualize this, and my understanding that I tried to reflect in the paper was it would just be the bottom contact as a metric, and not necessarily as it's done, right here for this discussion paper. This would be the kind of thing that's developed and reviewed by plan teams and the SSC presumably. But to be very clear, the indicator would not be taking bottom contact and then trying to kind of project onto that bycatch of crab or habitat disturbance. It would just be using the estimated bottom contact as a metric of vulnerability. But I think I mentioned a few kind of jumps that still need to be made before they get there. Does that answer your question?
It does, thanks. Usually we would provide an indicator to give us an indicator of something, and I was trying to establish what that something was, and it sounds like those discussions still need to be had, but thank you for that response.
Yes. Or perhaps if the metric could be spatially focused, if there is an area of greatest interest and estimated swept area is something we visualize, geographically. But I really am out over my skis on that. I think it was a nice indication that folks from the Science Center who developed the ESP saw this as potentially filling a gap that they've been trying to fill, but I think being very clear that this isn't that full work yet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Mr. Cunningham, for a lot of work in a short time to be responsive to this concern. As I sort of think about where your answer to Ms. Kimball's question leads, it seemed to me that it touched on a problem that I've, at least as one council member, been having. And that is maintaining a distinction between this action and our EFH action. And I'm just wondering what from your perspective, having as the author of the paper and as staff on this issue, is it becoming problematic that we may be blurring the distinction between the EFH actions and actions we might be contemplating in response to Bristol Bay Red King Crab? Is that problematic, or is that potentially beneficial to us?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I don't mean to be flippant, but since I'm not in the room, I can say, this action is not an action. This is just information. So I think if you develop an action based on this information, that would be something to consider. But I mean, the folks who have worked on the fishing effects model for EFH, I think when I started talking to them about, hey, could we do this kind of thing? They said, well, we've always intended to. Look at these EFH, fishing effects impacts on a gear basis. And so I thought maybe that was always the intent, but I think I just want to reiterate that I think this is significantly different than fishing effects for EFH, because this is just looking at it's applying the methodology of kind of the first 30% of what goes into the fishing effects model. It's not considering anything about substrates or resiliency, and I'm probably using those terms a little bit incorrectly. So I don't think it's stepping on toes. I think it's just leveraging information that we already had. And once if the council develops future actions, then I'd be better able to answer your question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Twite. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. I don't see any additional questions, so let's go ahead and take a morning break, come back in about 15 minutes. It'll be just before 10:25, and we're going to take the advisory panel report prior to resuming with the presentation. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are going to pick up our advisory panel report here to give that. We have Ruth Christensen and Matt Upton. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank members of the council. Thank you for taking us a little bit out of order today. We both appreciate that very much. For the record, Ruth Christensen and Matt Upton here to give the AP report on agenda item D1. The AP recommends both short and longer term actions to help Bristol Bay Red King Crab rebuild from a level of serious conservation concern by creating more dynamic, adaptive management strategies to protect broodstock and the centers of population abundance, by reducing bycatch and fishing impacts on crab and crab habitat, and by providing habitat and life stage protection measures to enhance recruitment. Is this moving? Short term. For the short term, to provide more immediate benefits to the stock, the AP recommends initiating a review of a proposed action to be available in October 2022 to close the Red King Crab Savings Area and Red King Crab Savings Subarea to additional gears to reduce bycatch and fishing impacts on crab and crab habitat. A proposed purpose and need statement and alternatives are provided below. Proposed action. Oh, there we go. Okay. The proposed action, no. Sorry, I'm having control issues over here. There we go. The proposed action is to apply additional gear-based closure measures to the Red King Crab Savings Area and Savings Subarea, an area that continues to be important to Bristol Bay Red King Crab to reduce bycatch and fishing impacts on crab and crab habitat. Purpose and need. The purpose of this proposed action is to reduce fishing impacts on crab and crab habitat in an area known to be important to Bristol Bay Red King Crab. This action is needed because the Bristol Bay Red King Crab stock has declined to a level of serious conservation concern, and the number of female Bristol Bay Red King Crab has been declining for over a decade to the point where abundance levels forced the closure of the directed fishery. The intent is to restore and sustain the Bristol Bay Red King Crab stock by reducing impacts on molting and mating crab needed to improve reproduction, by providing protections to improve recruitment, and by building in resilience to changing environmental conditions, predation, and fishing pressure. In considering this action, potential fishing impacts to the stock and habitat will be examined to understand the effects of these impacts and to assess proposed closure measures. Alternatives. Alternative 1, status quo, no action. Alternative 2, close the Red King Crab Savings Area and Subarea to additional gears to reduce bycatch and fishing impacts on crab and crab habitat. Option A, prohibit all gear except pot gear during directed crab fisheries from the Red King Crab Savings Area. Moving down. Option B, prohibit pelagic trawl gear from the Red King Crab Savings Area at any time. In years when the directed fishery is closed, prohibit pelagic trawl gear from the Red King Crab Savings Subarea. This option is consistent with existing requirements for non-pelagic trawl gear. Option C, in years when the directed fishery is closed, prohibit all gears except longline gear from the Red King Crab Savings Area subarea. In addition, we recommend the creation of a work group that includes crab managers and scientists, along with crab habitat experts and industry stakeholders from all affected sectors to explore topics, including but not limited to a primary objective to provide input to council staff over the summer of 2022 to better define the concept of dynamic closed areas to protect crab broodstock and centers of abundance for female and male red king crab during times of low abundance. As a secondary objective, the work group would propose strategies to protect important areas for recruitment, such as north of Unimac, around AMAC, Black Hills, and potentially others as identified by the work group. As a third objective, the work group would document the new and existing voluntary measures being taken by each sector to reduce impacts on Bristol Bay Red King crab. This is not an all-inclusive list. Longer term, For the longer term, the AP recommends further work to investigate A, dynamic closed areas such as seasonal or annual shifting closed areas in ADF&G registration area T as needed to protect Bristol Bay Red King crab broodstock or centers of female or male Bristol Bay Red King crab at times of low abundance. B, protecting habitat or life stages to enhance the Bristol Bay Red King crab recruitment. C, creating more consistency in stock management for the fishery, stock assessment, and bycatch measures by aligning the Bristol Bay Red King crab PSC limit boundary with the crab stock management area and stock assessment boundary. D, researching crab movement at different times of year for both females and males, unobserved fishing mortality by all gear types, and important crab habitat by life stage. E, initiate a robust study of the impact of predation on all crab stocks by analyzing the stomach contents of Pacific cod and other groundfish harvested throughout the Bristol Bay, throughout the Bering Sea and Bristol Bay. Go ahead.
The AP recommends analysis of the following. One, for the directed red king crab fishery, consider all red crab catch be counted towards the quota, increasing the observer coverage, EM or human examine range of current rate to 100%. Set a hard cap for the number of female crabs that may be discarded when the cap is reached, directed fishery ceases. Two, for the pot cod directed fishery, consider prohibiting fishing in area 512, increasing observer coverage, EM or human examine range of current rate to 100%. A PSC hard cap for BBRKC for the pot cod fishery under and over 60 feet where fishing ceases if the cap is reached. 3, for both sectors, consider a maximum limit on soak time. 4, analyze or report on all sources of BBRKC mortality across all state and federal fisheries. That amendment passed 10-7, and the final amendment was passed without opposition. You have rationale in favor of in opposition of the various motions included in your minutes. Thank you.
Thank you both for providing the report. Let's see if there are questions. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for your work on this motion and bringing it to us. I guess the thing that jumped out at me right away was the date that was chosen there. That's not usually what we get from the advisory panel. I was just wondering if there was a discussion. There is a date in that, wasn't there? On the top, you said by October. That was the copy I was looking at. I was just wondering if the advisory panel had considered the 3-meeting outlook. That's usually what we do when we're scheduling things, is we look at what priorities there are and what available space and staff is available when we start to schedule things. I was just wondering that date, was it the discussion more like as soon as possible and you were thinking October was a reasonable time, or was there a reason to select a specific meeting to have that?
Mr. Mesereau, through the chair, the AP didn't have a discussion on regarding like the 3-meeting outlook and other council priorities. That date is a recognition of the seriousness associated with the Red King crab stock and giving with the work group recommendation, giving time over the summer, but also coming back as soon as possible, as you suggested. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the report. I'd like to pick up on the work group recommendation that you were discussing. And again, specifying timing and understanding the recommendation for at least one aspect of the work group discussion to take place over the summer of 2022 to address the situation with the Bristol Bay Red King crab stock. And so my question is, the work group recommendation is listed in the short-term category of the AP's motion. And there's a lot of work here. I would say for this work group, should it be formed? And my first question is, I can assume this would be a standing work group that would have ongoing meetings. And if that's correct, did the AP talk about the process and something of a timeline about how long this work might take that would then characterize it as being short-term. I'm just trying to figure out if you talked about that process at all.
Through the chair, we didn't go into the specifics of how long we thought the work group would need to meet. It was more just directing that the issue could be kind of focused through pulling together a work group. And when people were testifying, folks on the AP were trying to solicit them to volunteer for the work group. So I think it was more focused on just identifying a list of issues that it could look at that wouldn't be exhaustive. But I see your point in terms of that this is a pretty lengthy list and process, and that we didn't really define that aspect of it.
Yeah, and through the chair, Ms. Baker, I think the only thing that I would add to that is identified kind of as short-term. It was identified as short-term because it was recommended to form quickly and have that first meeting and report back to the council quickly. But beyond that, the structure really was not discussed at the AP.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a follow-up, but it's a different issue. So maybe if another council member has a question on this issue, I'll defer.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this does have to do with the proposed work group. I was able to catch part of the AP discussion and debate in the afternoon yesterday, and I guess I wasn't clear on what the intent was with the relationship of the work group to the action that you're recommending be developed for October. Were you envisioning that the work group would help with elucidating some of the aspects of that action and be able to feed into something for the council to consider by October? Could you just elaborate on that a little bit?
Through the chair. So in terms of the work groups kind of tasks, part of it was to set up a group that could focus on maybe some of the voluntary measures that could be taken to address some of the issues that people were talking about. And I think also to inform what we may see if the council were to decide to do more of kind of the analysis, which is the first part of our motion that outlines some different potential additions to the closure area. So the main idea would be for the work group to get together, as the council has directed folks in the past on the kind of some of these bigger issues, and to maybe have that happen in conjunction if the council were to be looking at a action on this. As you can see from the votes, it was kind of contentious in terms of whether or not there should be a action recommended to be started on a time frame, or if it should be focused on the work group. Hope that helps.
It does help. Just as a follow-up through the chair, did I hear you correctly? Do I understand correctly that the work group would be more focused on voluntary measures, and that the intent of the recommended development of action for consideration in October would not be voluntary measures? Is that the distinction, or am I missing the point?
Through the chair, Mr. Kurland, I think in October, the reason the October date is included and identified is that would be the first opportunity for the work group to come back and just give the report to the council. And the report, based on the conversation that happened at the work group, would focus on both those voluntary measures and perhaps, non-voluntary, more regulatory measures that could happen. It would encompass both, but I think the October date was chosen just as that first time that the work group would be able to give its summary report to the council, if that helps.
Through the chair, just one thing, a primary objective is to provide input to council staff. So I think it's kind of do both, as Ruth was saying.
Ms. Baker, did you have another question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do. It is related to the latter part of the motion, the amendment that's in bold font. And under the recommendation for the directed red king crab fishery to consider number 1, all red king crab catch be counted towards the quota. I'm a little confused by that because all crab are counted in the directed fishery in terms of our catch accounting and stock assessment and things like that. So can you give me a little sense of what the AP meant by that specific recommendation?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, that particular recommendation is to incorporate discards as well. So the understanding is that all retained catch is currently accounted for towards the king crab quota. And so this would change that to also include any regulatory discards to be counted towards the quota, similar in nature, I think, to like with pollock, what occurs in pollock.
Through the chair, and during the kind of deliberations around that amendment, we heard from some of the crab stakeholders that could be impracticable for them just in terms of how their fishery happens with when they're catching with pots versus nets and kind of being able to discard. So we had a kind of lively debate about kind of whether or not that could be an area where you could see some reduction in mortality, particularly of female crab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is also in relation to the amendment. I'm just a little unclear. I can see where that would feed into the analysis that has been requested, but the way the motion is structured, I could also see that the intention was for that to be a separate package. And so I'm just looking to see if there was any clarity at the AP, how that requested additional analysis was intended to be incorporated.
Ms. Vanderhoven, through the chair, I see the point that you're raising. I hadn't quite looked at it that way. And I think the rest of it, I think the intent in adding this amendment was to make the package and any analysis that may come from this agenda item to be more holistic and comprehensive in nature. So they, from the beginning of the motion to this amendment, I can see where you might be seeing a little bit of a disconnect and how they could operate on as two separate items. But the intent with this amendment and the recommendations in this amendment was to make a holistic, comprehensive package for consideration.
Through the chair, so this amendment followed an amendment that was focused on striking out the kind of short-term and alternatives to just focus on the kind of work group approach. And so when that didn't pass, then an amendment came up to just expand the analysis to look at all the sources of mortality around crab. So that's kind of the journey we went on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's helpful.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to understand the construction of the options under alternative 2. And I think the way I understand it is that the 3 options, one really allows us to think about all the gears except the directed fishery. Option 2 is option B is the only one that sort of would give you management action for a single gear and not the broader brush. And I'm wondering why for the single gear option, the AP chose pelagic trawl as the only gear that we could, the way they constructed this, pelagic trawl is the only gear you could address if you just wanted to do a single gear. They didn't choose any of the other gears, like for instance, pot cod gear, which has much higher numbers in that area. Do you know why the AP sort of chose for a gear by gear only to provide pelagic trawl?
Mr. Toit, through the chair, my understanding is that first, the council's original motion that supported this information paper was only focused on pelagic trawl. So I think that option is a recognition of that. Two, given the information in the paper and the lively discussion we had around the table about bottom contact for pelagic trawl gear, I think this option incorporates that concern as well. Now, why we didn't have options specific to only other gears, we did not have that conversation.
Through the chair, the only thing I'd add to that is some folks on the AP pointed out that for the pot cod fishery, when it happens is in a different kind of life stage of crab. And so it might not be as vulnerable to impacts from other gear types, specifically trawls.
I was tracking you until that last point. My understanding is that these are year round and not seasonal.
Through the chair, some folks had a different view in terms of when the effort was concentrated during the year. I think it can get wrapped around within the pot cod fishery, everything from 58 footers up to pot cod CPs. So we had a debate around whether or not there was a seasonal aspect to it or if it was a year-round issue. That was something that we spent some time talking about.
But isn't that sort of presupposing the outcome of the analysis?
Through the chair, I don't follow what part would make that presupposing? The points that you just relayed about why it might have been constructed that way, that it seems to me that that's the sort of information we typically get from an analysis and then use to further tailor an action based on that type of information. Through the chair, I see what you're saying. I think some folks on the AP felt that their firsthand knowledge was enough for them to make statements that they wanted to kind of persuade others on the AP in terms of the utility of including or excluding gear types from being part of the action. So we heard a lot about the point that you're making.
And then I guess sort of along the same line, though, option C, you did single out one gear, you singled out long line, and I wouldn't mind some sense of what the AP saw as the reason for excluding long line in option C.
Yeah, Mr. Toit, through the chair, similar to what Matt was just saying, based on knowledge around the table and discussion around the table, it was felt that longline gear had that minimal impact to red king crab. And therefore they, could warrant an exclusion as proposed under this option.
And I guess the only thing I'd add through the chair is that then others pointed out that if you compare the long line mortality of crab to the pollock gear, it's significantly larger. So yeah, there was pretty intense debate around kind of who would be included and excluded and why and when fisheries are occurring and who's interacting with the crab at different stages of their life cycle, who's catching more female crab. People had a lot of strong feelings about what was going on.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one more question, if you'll bear with me. I was just looking at the language regarding the creation of the work group, which I think is a great idea and valuable information that you provided. But the primary and secondary objectives are pretty exclusively scientific. The third objective is one that would involve industry input. And it seems like, I guess what I'm wondering is, was there any discussion, if you're trying to get this information back in a timely manner, if this work group that was dealing with the primary and secondary objective, which are scientific, to have the work group be made up of crab managers, scientists, and habitat experts alone, so that they can work through the scientific issues and not have stakeholders be involved in that. Being that you spent 4 hours yesterday questioning 11 testifiers, it seems like this is a very contentious issue. And if you have stakeholders involved in the science, it's going to take a really long time to work through that. And I was just wondering if there was any discussion about the utility of letting the scientific staff that you described there work on the science and let the stakeholders work on the stakeholder issue.
Mr. Mesereau, through the chair, we did not discuss bifurcating or separating out the recommended work group members.
I guess through the chair, what we heard from some of the crab stakeholders is just the concern that although there could be more research to be done, that there might be enough information right now to take some management action. So we hear a lot of advocacy for that to happen, and some public testimony making the point I think that you're getting at, which would be to separate out the two focuses.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you both. When I'm reading the motion, it seems like the near-term actions the AP is suggesting are really focused on our current fixed area. And then the part I was pulling out of the work group was a discussion about, the concept that we've been discussing on the fringe about refining those areas, with the understanding that we're not certain that this decades-old fixed area closure is currently in the best spot to protect red king crab. And we don't know or think that static area closures are really the way to go in the future. So how much discussion was there on this point of the work group about looking at flexible or more effective closed areas to protect what I'm assuming are mating and molting crab?
Through the chair, that was a big part of our discussion in terms of kind of where you're drawing these different restrictions and who's in and or out, and then what time of year they're focused. Some of the points that we heard from the crab stakeholders was just this kind of like burden almost of what gear types are interacting in a negative way with the crab during a vulnerable part of their life cycle, and then having that kind of be the burden where until that's known for it to be areas to be closed. And then we also heard from other stakeholders about, well, there's already a lot of research that's been done on essential fish habitat that kind of informs where these boundaries are already drawn, and the need to focus on additional research before potentially considering some of these draconian actions, while then at the same time hearing from the crab stakeholders about just needing to take some type of action to try and get the stock to come back. So I think that was a big kind of part of our discussion, is that interplay that you're getting at.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Matt. And did the AP receive anything in the staff presentation or from the scientists about kind of what level of information we would need to move into those dynamic closure areas, or was this just a AP discussion?
I'm going to phone a friend.
Ms. Kimball, through the chair, I think there's a general acknowledgement around the AP that there's a lot of information that we don't know that we would really love to have. But it didn't really get any more specific than that, as far as I mean, we did have some discussions about, knowing where, or there is an acknowledgement of, some of the things I guess we highlighted were where does the meeting occur? Where does, at certain times of the year, things that are already highlighted in the info paper. So just the large general knowledge or general acknowledgement that there's a lot of information that we don't know.
Through the chair, the only thing I'd add is just some of the limitations of the summer survey, and then when these different fisheries happen. And then we heard some testimony about kind of when crab are most vulnerable. But yeah, wouldn't say we had an exhaustive presentation in terms of the kind of detail that some people may have wanted to see before considering these closures.
Last question. And it's a rather large motion. I wasn't able to listen. Did the AP have a real discussion about the benefits or of focusing an action on something that might be done sooner rather than putting everything in one motion that we could possibly think of? If you didn't have that discussion, that is completely fine. I just didn't know if you really had some discussion of trade-offs in terms of action under an agenda item that we feel is, somewhat urgent.
Ms. Kimball, through the chair, I think the First Amendment that was offered that ultimately failed tried to make that recognition of, or acknowledge that concern that you just highlighted, in that, a lot of this information that was being requested, the council has seen. We have this information, and that it would be, given the urgency, it would be more appropriate to maybe focus or put energies into the work group and having those industry to sector conversations. So I think that First Amendment was an attempt to get at that concern that you highlighted.
I think through the chair, I mean, the other thing that we heard from some of the stakeholders is that notwithstanding those other information that could help inform a decision, just the urgency to try and make some progress now, and examples of other crab fisheries that have not been able to come back for various challenges.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm back on to Amendment 2 in the AP's motion, and specifically, make sure I look at it, number 1 for the directed red king crab fishery. The AP motion is recommending analysis of specific elements of the directed crab fishery that are delegated to the state in the crab FMP. And so is the purpose of this presumably council analysis, would it be to make recommendations to the state of Alaska for those specific elements that you've included in the motion?
Ms. Baker, through the chair, we didn't go as far as to say that explicitly, that there was acknowledgement of the both federal and state management of crab, and that many of these may not be workable given some of the overlap in jurisdiction, and that any analysis that would potentially come forward would highlight those challenges of state and federal management and be able to, I think, elucidate where the council could take specific action itself versus state authority, and where the state would be responsible for certain actions.
Thank you, Ruth. That's helpful. Follow-up question related to that same amendment, number 3 on the list, for both presumably directed red king crab fishery and pot cod sectors, consider a maximum limit on soak time. I was surprised to see maximum in there. I am not an expert on either one of those fisheries, but in terms of minimizing crab catch and discards and things like that in both of those fisheries, I'd always heard more about minimum soak times. And so can you help me understand the AP discussion and recommendation there, please?
Through the chair. So some of the folks on the AP pointed out what you just did in terms of the soak time being something that actually helps reduce mortality. I believe why you see that in the motion is just to kind of get at, if that wouldn't be a tool, what could be the tools that fishery might be encouraged to use to try and reduce the mortality of the crab that they're encountering. Because we had a lot of discussion about kind of where the largest sources of the crab mortality are coming from. But we also heard from a lot of the crab stakeholders on the AP that it's a nuanced fishery, and that this is the type of thing where you'd hear from folks about what could and couldn't work. And people made the same point that you did.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Any further questions? Okay, and I understand that you didn't take any action during staff tasking, so that's the end of your report. Okay, thank you very much. Safe travels. Okay, that will bring us back into our presentation. And we are going to resume with Dr. Cates. All right, Dr. Cates, whenever you're ready.
I was talking to myself, sorry, double muted. The final component of, can you hear me now just to check?
Yes, we can hear you. A little quiet still, but we can hear you.
The final component of the council's request was to summarize spatial management measures that are available to the council that may increase protections for Bristol Bay red king crab. This part of the presentation is split into 4 parts that follow the 4 subsections to section 5 in the discussion paper. So I'll start off with a brief discussion on in-season management. For the groundfish fisheries, in addition to PSC limit closures, NIST has in-season adjustment authority for closures to prevent overfishing of shellfish, adjustments for an incorrectly specified PSC limit, and closures depending on PSC rates. For crab PSC, these in-season adjustment authority actions have rarely, if ever, been necessary. Additionally, it's important to note that NIMS managers are not able to react as fast as the industry to fishing conditions, so even if they were to use their authority. Industry has the advantage of speed and that vessel personnel may be able to notify the rest of the fleet about areas of high PSC rates before NIMS can issue an area closure. Second, NIMS is subject to procedural requirements to consider least restrictive measures, and then in most cases go through the process of publishing in-season actions in the Federal Register. Crab PSC limits have rarely been exceeded, and often the industry has more efficient and effective tools to avoid PSC. Often the industry has more information on the PSC rate sooner. The industry can move out of or close an area with high PSC rates sooner, and the industry can reopen an area sooner if PSC decreases. And so all of that was to say that there are some authorities that NIMS has to do in-season adjustments, but really the industry has a much more flexibility in making these adjustments in real time. Next, we'll move into incentive approaches. The first example is a rolling hotspot approach used in the BSAI to manage salmon bycatch in the pollock trawl fishery. The rolling hotspot works by monitoring bycatch rates for the AFA and CDQ participants and comparing them to a base rate. Basing performance on a rate is meant to incentivize bycatch avoidance at all levels relative to a PFC cap. Poor performers may be restricted in their fishing options and internally penalized, while all vessels benefit from timely information on areas with high bycatch rates so that they can fish productively under the cap. Under this framework, fishing cooperatives may impose temporary area closures on their members. While in-season management authorities would allow NIMS to manage similar programs, NIMS would not have the ability, due to regulatory time constraints, to monitor data and to effectively communicate hotspots to participating vessels in real time. The current rolling hotspot is managed by industry, and this program and its efficacy is reviewed annually by the council. Other incentive-based measures to minimize effects of bycatch in Alaska tend to be structured around annual hard caps, where performance to a low level of bycatch in 1 year provides an insurance-like buffer in the following year. One example of this is for some of the Chinook salmon PSC in the Gulf of Alaska. The incentive to achieve a certain standard is closely linked to the economic penalty of having a season shortened or a PSC limit reduced. If spatial management flexibility is the goal of the council, this strategy may fall short, as this option does not inherently alter the fleet footprint, as vessel operators could fish under this incentive structured hard cap without changing where they fish. And like most management options, there are pros and cons to incentive-based approaches. When wanting to avoid static area closures that can be difficult to remove, they provide an attractive alternative. However, these options are generally data intensive and require extensive communication among participants and depending on the structure with managers. It also seems that the effectiveness of these programs depends on the existence of bycatch caps or triggered area closures that would restrict the fishery that needs to minimize bycatch. Next, we'll move into time and area closures, something that the council will be very familiar with. We attempted to offer examples of types of time and area closures that are not seen in Alaska or that offer a fresh perspective on the ones that do exist. So first, we have an example of permanent area closures, which are closures that close the same area every year to a specific gear type. The best example in light of our current subject is the red king crab savings area, which is closed to non-pelagic trawling. These areas are often established to protect vulnerable or valuable components of a population. The council may wish to consider examining existing permanent area closures to see whether these areas should remain in the same location, should be moved, or if new closure areas are warranted, or if new gear type restrictions are necessary. We then have seasonal area closures, which are closures that are only closed for part of the year, but are in the same area each year and are closed to certain gear types. An example from Alaska is the northern Bristol Bay trawl area that lies within the nearshore Bristol Bay trawl closure area, but is open to trawling for part of the spring. The council could consider additional seasonal closures to protect Bristol Bay red king crab during particularly vulnerable biological times, such as when red king crab adult females are molting and mating. We then have rotational area closures, and these are closures that shift spatially for a specified amount of time, dependent on input data or predetermined criteria. For example, on the East Coast, data from multiple surveys indicate where dense aggregations of juvenile scallops are located. When the aggregations reach densities that it would be more economically beneficial to allow these juveniles to grow for another year or two to reach valuable market size, these areas are closed to scallop dredging. This is a data-intensive method and requires yearly examination, that it applies real-time, flexible spatial management to a fisheries issue. Applying this option to the Bristol Bay Red King stock would likely require more data than is currently available to managers. But this data gap, specifically for the fall-winter aggregation data, could be potentially filled by an industry-led survey, which is what the scallop fisheries on the East Coast heavily rely upon. And then lastly, we came across some examples of temperature closures. And so some examples of these were in Texas, where there was a cold snap that caused fish to die or to become too lethargic to escape capture. Nearshore fisheries during this time were closed for 2 days to allow the stressed fish to recover. Similarly, in Yellowstone National Park, a freshwater example of a temperature closure came into effect when stream temperatures became abnormally high and water levels decreased to dangerous levels. Angler fishing was closed for the duration of the heat wave to protect stream fish species. And lastly, we have a program from the Pacific Island region called Turtle Watch, which tracks where turtles are located based on preferred temperature gradients so that vessels can avoid these areas. More research is required to examine how this option could be applied for Bristol Bay Red King crab. However, we do know that snow crabs that are hauled on board as bycatch during freezing temperatures can lose all their legs, a state that when released, even though they're still technically alive, severely limits their ability to recover from bycatch events. Implementation of such a measure in Alaska would likely require a temperature threshold to be built into an incentive plan that would likely primarily need to be enforced by industry. And our last slide of the presentation offers some non-spatial management options that the council may wish to consider. So first, we have potential ways to modify pot gear that may decrease bycatch rates of red king crab. Floating pots are a type of pot that floats several feet above the ocean floor. Several studies conducted on the East Coast for various cod fisheries have shown that floating pots greatly reduce bycatch of crab species while maintaining, or in some cases actually increasing, the catch of targeted cod species. The efficacy of this approach is unknown in Alaska, as it has yet to be tested for the gear types that are used here. Slinky pots could also offer an alternative to current pea cod pots as an option to reduce bycatch. It is thought, although it has yet to be tested, that due to the increased movement of slinky pots, that crab would be deterred from entering the pot. It should be noted, though, that slinky pots, due to their light weight, are generally pot long lines, a method that is currently not allowed in the Bering Sea peacock fishery. We'd also like to point out that there's work being done to modify existing pots used in the Bering Sea peacock fishery to reduce red king crab bycatch. The preliminary project results of these BREP efforts show that sock tunnels are the most promising method to reduce bycatch, and I believe you received a report in February on their progress. Next, we turn to examples of fisheries executed in tandem. So fisheries that require similar gear types and overlap spatially can be fished in tandem in order to reduce discards for each fishery. An example of this strategy in Alaska is how the opening date of the halibut season is taken into account when determining the open date for sablefish, with the stated purpose to reduce bycatch and regulatory discards in the two fisheries. Two possible approaches that could be considered in order to reduce red king crab bycatch are to allow retention of multiple crab species when directed fishing, or to allow retention of red king crab in peacock fisheries that would otherwise be discards. Each of these options would require regulatory change, as well as consideration of vessel and processor capabilities to handle multiple species. And with that, we would like to thank the council for the opportunity to present highlights of our discussion paper, and we would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Cates. Any additional questions? I don't see any. Thanks again, Dr. Cates, Mr. Cunningham, and Dr. Daly. All right, that will bring us to public comment. We have, looks like 29 members of the public signed up to testify. Just a reminder that individuals and companies have 3 minutes, organizations or associations have 6 minutes. We will have a timer broadcast on the system, and I will also let you know if your time is up. And staff has asked that members of the public who are wanting to testify remotely, please raise your hand on the Zoom call, and that will allow them to move you in a position to testify. So first up to testify remotely is Adam Hosmer, then Brandon Arndt, and then Doug.
Good afternoon, Chairman and council members. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for your time and to let us testify. My name is Adam Hosmer. I'm a first mate on the catcher processor Baranoff. We catch and process all the crab species, cod and black cod. I'm here to testify on some of our personal experiences, what we've seen on the grounds. In particular with the distribution of female king crab during the first 2 weeks of January, the end of the king crab season. Because of our other fisheries and we're busy in the fall, we've had the unique opportunity to fish our king crab after January 1st. The last 4 years, we've done either all or some of our quota between January 1st and January 15th. And I believe probably the only boat that's fished king crab that time of the year for quite some time. With the quotas, most guys are done well before Christmas time, probably at least 10 years or so. And I mean, we see a totally different distribution of crab. The first year we did it 4 years ago, we did some in the fall and had a little left on the table. We finished in the winter. And the amount of females we see in the traditional grounds where typically nobody sees any during the main part of the season is staggering. They're all spread out. They're spread out with the males. It's about, you have the same amount of male to female ratio in every pot over a pretty big area. We would move around, try to move away from them, probably cover 30 to 50 square miles of area. And all the females are flush with eggs. And even the observers, because we're 100% observer coverage, I've looked at them and said they very close to maturity. And even last time we did it, January of 2021, I personally saw out on the sorting table, extremely young king crab, no bigger than the size of my thumb, crawling, dozens of them at times, crawling out from the females' bellies or over the top of them, which may suggest, so that at that time they must be 2-3 months old, maybe a little older, that they're hatching earlier in the year due to water temperatures being too warm in the spring. I don't know, but they're further west, west northwest of the the inshore trawl zone, which pelagic trawlers can be. And it's, especially concerning in light of the information that was made to us in the discussion paper, how often really quote unquote pelagic trawlers are touching the bottom. It seems to be a no-brainer, especially what we've seen in January, that maybe females are further to the west, further to the northwest, and they're mating or molting earlier in the year, that it wouldn't be too much of an ask to, at least in the short time till we can get more data, to treat the pelagic trawlers like the bottom trawlers in regards to the Bering Sea savings area. Seems kind of no-brainer at this point. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hosmer. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Brandon Arndt. Okay, Mr. Arndt is not available. Doug? No, okay. So then next up would be Jamie Goen and Corey Lesher.
Good afternoon, good morning, Chairman Canine and members of the council. For the record, I'm Jamie Goen and with me is Corey Lesher. We work with the Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers, a trade association representing independent crab harvesters who commercially fish for king, snow, and baird-eye crab with pot gear in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Crab Rationalization Program. We appreciate the opportunity to be here in person today and comment on the Bristol Bay Red King Crab discussion paper, and we'll be speaking to our comment letter. First and foremost, we'd like to acknowledge Mr. Cunningham and the contributing authors and all the work that went into putting together this discussion paper, the maps and the appendices and the animation. It was a heavy lift and filled with a lot of meaningful information, and we commend the work they did and hope that this information can help move the process forward towards helping the Red King crab stocks bounce back. Alaska's Bristol Bay Red King crab stock has been in decline for over a decade. Last year, the directed fishery was closed for the first time in 25 years. As the directed crab harvesters, we are the first ones to feel the economic impact of this closure, on the order of over $234 million for our fisheries this year. We want to make sure that collectively, we're all doing all that we can to ensure that this does not end up being a long-term closure or the end of our fishery. The crab plan team and scientists state that many factors are affecting red king crab. Some of these factors we don't have control over, like ecosystem changes. However, there are other impacts that are still within our control. So let's focus on what we can control. Managing fishing impacts, both directed and indirect, and identifying critical areas to protect key habitat or populations while we continue to work towards a more adaptive management system and science process that can respond promptly while building a resilient crab fishery. Moving forward, given the changing environment and the uncertainty in how that is driving changes in the red king crab stock status, paired with unknown impacts from unobserved fishing mortality, it's up to all of us to work together to identify the factors that are within our ability to address and to help this stock rebuild. Not tomorrow, not next year, but right now. This stock is clearly and immediately in need of further conservation and management. Given this, the starting presumption must be in favor of conservation and protections, even with the unknowns. In light of this, and with the recent closure of the red king crab fishery, the directed crab fishery is working with the Crab Research Foundation, fishery scientists, and others to take a deeper look at our own fishing practices to reduce crab bycatch. Noting that the bulk of our discards are regulatory discards, where we discard females and small males precisely to keep our fishery sustainable. However, we recognize there is still room for improvement, and we are committed to working on that. And we would ask that ADFNG and the processors join us in that effort. Next, we have approached all sectors requesting that they continue to identify and report to the council their additional measures taken to avoid Bristol Bay red king crab. Voluntary actions by fishing sectors are the quickest way to take pressure off the stock, and much faster than regulatory solutions. We are aware that some sectors are taking active measures to avoid hotspots, exploring gear design changes, and some are pursuing grant funds to carry out additional research to reduce crab bycatch, and we applaud those efforts. In our comment letter, we highlighted several short and long-term asks of the council. We built those asks around guidance from the Alaska Department of Fish and Game to the crab industry last fall, and we noted those on the last page of our comment letter. ADF&G told us that what we need to be doing is protect females, optimize mating opportunities, and understand critical spawning habitat. Although we do not have time to dive into each of the asks in our letter, we highlight the highest priority is to reduce fishing impacts on crab and crab habitat in an area known to be important to Bristol Bay red king crab, and that's the red king crab savings area. As you're all aware, this was an area that was implemented for the sole purpose of preserving red king crab spawning stock populations and crucial habitat by prohibiting bottom trawling. Historically, pollock trawling has been allowed in those savings areas because it was thought to be a midwater fishery with little or no bottom contact. This discussion paper points out that the pollock trawl gear is in contact with the seafloor much more than previously understood, averaging 40 to 85% of the time, depending on the vessel type. For crab, this could be having significant effects from unobserved fishing mortality, particularly when these nets are being towed right on top of molting and mating crab between January through June, when they are incredibly vulnerable in their soft shell state. We ask that the council initiate a review of a proposed action to be available in October 2022 to close the red king crab savings area and sub-area to additional gear types to reduce bycatch and fishing impacts on crab and crab habitat. In addition, we support the work group idea in the AP motion to document voluntary measures by sectors and to work through details and mechanisms for dynamic closures and protecting important areas for recruitment. There are also several longer-term asks in our letter that would help Bristol Bay red king crab rebuild. Some of this of which the work group could work through to explore and refine. That concludes our testimony. Thanks again for your time, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Thank you both. Next up is Craig Lowenberg, then Siri Damerel, and then Casey McManus. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. For the record, my name is Craig Lowenberg. I'm the co-owner of a vessel that participates in the BSAI crab rationalized fisheries and the over 60 pot cod catcher vessel fishery. I'm very concerned about the status of the iconic Alaskan stock, red king crab. We know this stock has been in decline for over a decade and is close to all-time lows. Clearly, the management measures over this time period have not been sufficient enough to change the trend. I say that with the understanding that environmental conditions are outside of our control and that they are most likely a contributor to the situation we find ourselves in now. However, during this time, I've seen multiple crab conservation issues come before the council body. From my perspective, we've made nominal progress forward and then continuously redirected the focus due to limited council resources or industry making too broad of an ask. At this meeting, we heard new staggering information about the amount of time pelagic trawls are in contact with the bottom. In questioning during my public testimony at the AP yesterday, I was more or less called out for not knowing that the pelagic trawl sector was on the bottom greater than 10% of the time. I'd say prior to this meeting, the general public was not aware that pelagic gear is on the bottom 40 to 100% of the time. In fact, the APA website clearly states that, quote, pollock aggregate in enormous schools and are harvested using midwater trawl nets that are not dragged along the ocean floor, end quote. Interestingly enough, the word midwater is in quotes. My understanding was that the red king crab saving area was developed and implemented to keep trawl gear off the bottom. Pelagic trawl impacts in the red king crab savings area need to be analyzed. There was quite a bit of focus in the AP yesterday on the pot cod sector's bycatch of red king crab, especially the anomalous years of 2018 and 2021. As you know, these years are not representative of the sector's typical performance. Normalizing these years and applying the DMRs paints a very different picture of performance in relation to other sectors. We do recognize there are some issues and have taken voluntary measures to start addressing it, including gear research and implementation, standing down from the red king crab savings area, and hotspot reporting. However, it is a large sector and not reasonable to manage these measures effectively on a voluntary basis. The majority of the stakeholders have been requesting this council consider rationalizing the sector at almost every meeting for the last 3 years. And the state previously stated that rationalizing peacock in the Bering Sea was a priority. So let's finish that task. It's well past time to take a hard look at all factors impacting the stock and take swift action. In closing, I'd like to take this opportunity to express my support for the comments made by ABSC and thank the council for the opportunity to address the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowenberg. Are there any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lowenberg, and appreciate your testimony. We don't have anything in the paper. We have in previous papers on pot bycatch of red king crab, but we did hear something in the presentation, and we don't have anything in the paper on the overlap of the fishery that you participate in and the red king crab savings area. So I don't know if you've offered up not fishing in that area, or part of your fleet has offered not fishing in that area. Can you tell me the overlap of your normal fishery with that area? Are you often in the red king crab savings area if you weren't making a concerted effort not to be? That's kind of my question.
Thank you for the question through the chair. There are a few boats that will venture into that red king crab savings area. This last year, the majority of the sector voluntarily stood down from there, although there was 1 or 2 vessels that did venture into that area. You know, they didn't agree to the voluntary agreement. Like I say, it's hard to make 48 different permits agree to anything. So the majority of the stakeholders want to stay out of that area to protect the stock.
Further questions? Thank you, Mr. Lowenberg.
Thank you.
Next up is Siri Damerel.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Siri Damerel. I am a 3rd generation fishing family, and my kids are 4th generation. My grandfather came from Norway. My dad took over from there, and now my husband has married into it and runs the boat. Well, I do all the books and everything else from here at home. Our small business supports 2 households on paper. However, our crew is like family, so we also help support them. The cancellation of king crab hit us hard, and the lowering of OPs crippled us more. We've had to make many difficult choices in regards to if it is even makes sense for us to fish. We understand that there's a need for rebuilding the Bristol Bay red king crab, and urge you to act now before it becomes too late. Use the science and information that we have currently to make those decisions while we continue to do more research and gather more information. Even though on paper we may be losing out, we will try our best to get through these tough times and continue to support our crew, their families, as well as the Alaskan communities. We support the comments and all the suggestions made by ABSC. We are putting our faith and livelihood and hopes in the decisions that you choose to make. Please act now so that we have something to pass down to the next generation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Damerel. Any questions? Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your comment. So I just wanted to give you a chance. You said you had to make difficult decisions for your family, and that's something that's of interest to me. That's difficult to analyze, and is that the impacts this has on someone's family who's raising children and has what efforts can you do to supplement or to find other fisheries, or what options are available to you? If you don't have a king crab season, Opilio season's cut by 88%. What options are you left with to try to replace that income? Are you getting unemployment, or do you, I'm just trying to think in my own mind, are you getting unemployment, or are you using retirement money, or are you burning through savings? How does that affect your family? Thank you.
We have had to definitely dip into our savings, which has been very difficult to do, especially with 2 little ones. My husband does Bristol Bay salmon fishing during the summertime. However, he's always done that. And then that, of course, is also up and down. We don't know on pricing. We don't know on what gets caught, and basically what we've had to do is had to try to find work, just kind of miscellaneous jobs here at home. Whether he's had to go and help paint houses, or whether he's had to go and do some construction work, which during the winter time, it's hard to come by it as well. So it's definitely been hard. We are sorry, it gets a little emotional because it's very difficult. to get through all this. We're trying our best. Our savings is pretty far down. I mean, if something were to go wrong with the boat, you know, then we're looking at loans and all that. So it's been pretty drastic, especially with two households relying on it. And then also, like I said, our crew is like family, you know, and we don't want them to end up, you know, having to struggle as well. So yeah, it's been extremely difficult.
Thank you for your answer. You hang in there, and I'm going to commit to doing everything I can to see what we can do as a council to help. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions for Ms. Damerel? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Casey McManus. All right, again, we will circle back through the list at the end. Next up then, well, actually, I see Mr. McManus on the list with his hand raised. Okay, we'll circle back. Callista Songstad, that might be.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Oh, hi. Yes, we can, Mr. McManus. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair of the Council. I'm going to keep this kind of short and sweet as I am driving on the road right now, and I'm unable to read what I prepared. But basically, it's going to speak a lot to what Ms. Demerol had to say. Per work. The crew members, all said and done at this point, have been home $5,000 apiece.
Mr. McManus, we're not really picking you up. It sounds like you've got a weak cell connection. Yeah, we're not reading you, Mr. McManus. Perhaps we can try again when you're in a better location.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So with that, next up would be it's either Callista or Chalista Songstad.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, Chairman and Council, for having us today. My name is Callista Songstad. I'm the president of Handler Corporation. We have one fishing vessel at this point, the Handler. I'm an Alaska native, grew up, born and raised in Kodiak, and was a little girl when they lost their season. My dad was actively fishing that when it closed. And so this is real to me. I can see that if it closes, you know, it could go away for a really long time if we don't do it what we need to do now and pay close attention. So I don't want to just keep repeating what everybody else is saying. There's a lot of good ideas. ABSC's suggestions were great. A lot of the advisory panel stuff was good. Some of it's not. Really liked a lot of what Craig Lowenberg had to say. So please, let's keep the good ideas coming. I would be happy to be part of this work committee over the summer, the work group to try to bring information. I can tell you, growing up with a fisherman as a dad, the areas that he was fishing and hearing the nicknames for these spots as a little girl, and then watching him retire and my husband now out there, they're in different areas. They're in a lot, very different areas. And the fishermen know this. They know that we're in cycles of weather, and there are years where we're so worried about the warm temperatures, and then there are 3 or 4 years goes by and we're worried about how cold it is and how dangerous it is out there and losing crab that way. So these boys know when to go north, when to go south, when to go east, when to go west, when to put longer line on their gear to get deeper, you know, and so there's so many things that come into play. And so I'd really like to talk a little bit more about our survey stations and expanding them and making the conscious effort to stay out of areas that we can see these guys. Some, you know, people have gone to their go-to spots and they've scratched away quite frankly. And let's go where the fresh grounds are and let these other grounds rest. Let's do this on our own accord and not have to require shutdowns. But if we are into the dangerous enough spot where we need to have a shutdown, then let's keep everybody out of that area. And I'm not going to target any one fishery. Let's all respect that, because nobody's one fishery is more important than the other, but we need to take care of the breeding grounds of all. And that being said, just, thank you for having us all today. And I hope that you'll take this into account and really use some urgency. We've got guys out there that have boat payments. We've got guys out there that have financed IFQ since this has gone federal, and they're still making payments on all of this. All of us are still making insurance payments on our boats. And, I only know on ours, I would say the average boat's putting out about 100 grand plus just in insurance. And for us, that was for 1 month of tendering. Yeah.
But I apologize, your time is up. You can provide a concluding comment and then we'll see if there's any questions.
No, that's it. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you for testifying. Council members, any questions? Thanks again, Ms. Songstead.
Thank you.
Next up is Andrew Hillstrand.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, yeah, thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Andy Hillstrand. I'm one of the members of the FV Time Bandit. I've fished for over 40 years of my life, and during those years, I've trawled, crab fished, long-lined, hair crabbed, and fish cod with pots. I'm definitely not a scientist or a fisheries expert. I'm just talking to you today as a fisherman. The following is based on my understanding of the rules and regulations pertaining to the red crab fishery and how the use of pelagic trawl gear in certain areas, in my opinion, may impact the sustainability of the fishery. Since the council was created by the Department of Commerce, it seems like you've strived to create a sustainable fishery for all fishermen. Despite all those best efforts, though, since 1976 and years of models, scientific studies, and observer coverage, crab fishing is still shut down 4 seasons in 1983, 94, 95, and 2021. The red crab savings area was set up in the mid-90s and since that time has been closed to non-pelagic trawling. Despite this closure, according to your own report, catcher processor trawlers are on the seabed a substantial part of the time in the savings area, which should not be permitted. Specifically, it's my understanding that they're using their midwater trawl as a non-pelagic trawl in an area that is closed to bottom fishing. I don't know if this has become a NIMS enforcement issue, but it certainly seems improper to me and possibly a direct violation of the fisheries regulations. As crabbers, we can face fines, prison, and expulsion from the fisheries after 3 violations of any of these types of offenses. We set 1 pot in a closed area and all your gear and crab can be seized. If I have undersized crabs on board, the whole load can be taken, the boat can be fined. If the buoys are improperly marked, we can lose that gear and they can seize our product. We know that the red crab savings area was created to protect all crab species that live there. As crabbers, we've tried to work with the trawlers to everyone's benefit. But to allow potentially illegal fishing gear in a closed area that impacts a stock that is suffering is not a balanced approach that I would hope you as a council strive to achieve. I ask you to consider this proposal that, in my opinion, would give us the best chance at saving the crab stocks. Prohibit all fishing gear in the red crab savings area and sub-savings area, except long lining in years when the directed crab fishery is closed. Prohibit pelagic trawling at any time in the savings area, even when the directed crab fishery is not closed, as this trawl gear may be illegally on the bottom a considerable amount of the time. You can protect the savings area and not cost a single lost day of fishing to the trawl fleet. Trawlers are only in the savings area for 3 out of 8 months right now, according to your graph. I'm not asking you to create new boxes as Mr. Gavin suggested in your December meeting. I'm asking you to protect the one that is there now. Council members, your one vote could maybe save the crab stocks. Will you be the ones to protect them or let crab just be mentioned as a footnote in history? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hillstrand. Are there any questions? Thanks for your time today. Next up is John Warrenchuk.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Hey, thank you, members of the council. My name is John Warrenchuk, Senior Scientist and Campaign Manager for Oceana. As you can tell, I'm testifying remotely here in Juneau, Alaska. I want to refer you and to the public to the PDF that's attached to my testimony. You can access it through the website, the council signups. Evidently, we don't have ability to post that for everyone to look at, but I'll refer you to that to look at on your own. The PDF is a clip, a page from what is now a 20-year-old synthesis study from the National Research Council on the effects of trawling and dredging on seafloor habitat. Many of you around the table and in the audience are well familiar with this work. This was one of the principal science syntheses to address the impacts of trawling and look at the impacts of trawling on the seafloor. And it really came to a head during the Fishery Service and the Council's work across the nation on essential fish habitat. Now, in that document here is a very specific case study with regards to the effects of pelagic trawls in the Bering Sea during the Alaskan pollock fishery. And this council has been well aware of this as an issue since the early 90s. If you read through, this was first raised actually by Alaska Marine Conservation Council to ban bottom trawl targeting of pollock in the Bering Sea. And the council did eventually agree to do that and implemented what is a somewhat ironic performance standard for the term pelagic trawl gear to be used, which was an actual count. The performance standard, you had to meet a count of a minimum number of crab within the net to be termed non-pelagic versus pelagic gear. You will see, and you will hear some discussion later on testimony from other members of the industry. And I believe them that, they simply don't see a problem with their interactions with crab because they don't see crab showing up in their pelagic midwater pollock trawl nets. But there is a very simple explanation for that. And that is after the foot rope of a pollock trawl, which is a bare chain, you have these giant mesh panels. They can be tens of meters in size, and anything benthic like a crab or a sponge or a coral or a sea star simply passes through those big mesh panels. And so it's a very, I would imagine, quite a rare scenario actually for a crab that's been impacted by the trawl or interacted with the foot rope to bounce back several hundred feet along the seafloor and then be flipped up into the net and be retained in the cod end to be sampled by an observer. And so while since you manage these crab species with prohibited species capped, it does give the appearance that the fishery has a very low interaction with actual numbers of crab and they're well under the cap, and therefore what's the problem? Well, I just urge you to just think about how that foot rope, that bare chain, could interact with a mound of crab who've mounded up, or a crab that's shed its exoskeleton and is waiting to harden, or even just a crab going about its own business, and how that likely doesn't even end up in the net and you don't see it. I also want to just mention, we have been talking about the impacts of pollock trawling on the seafloor as long as I've been here at the council. And, I wrote letters, and many stakeholders did, raising this as an issue. And way back when you first were assessing the effects of trawling on essential fish habitat, there were statistics generated from the somewhat simple but very direct habitat impacts models that predicted that there would be a 35% reduction in living structure in the Bering Sea in over a third of red king crab habitat. That was in the first round of the 2005 essential fish habitat impact models. Now, since then, we've imported parameters and methodology from the New England Fishery Management Council, and that type of impact has been, for lack of a better words, modeled away, and it doesn't become apparent in your essential fish habitat analyses or discussions. you do have an opportunity to dive a little deeper into this issue, and it's not limited to just the Bering Sea. The same problem exists in the Gulf of Alaska, where what's termed pelagic gear impacts the bottom, both in rockfish fisheries and pollock fisheries, and has an impact on seafloor habitat. Now, this may or may not solve or bring back the crab population, but just think really quick of an interaction, say predation with a juvenile king crab. A juvenile king crab can run and hide, or it can be eaten by a cod. If there isn't the living structure on the seafloor, it's going to have a hard time hiding. I see I'm running out of time, and I'll take any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Warrencheck. Any questions? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony today. Okay, it is just before noon here. Let's go ahead and break for lunch and come back at 1:15 and continue with public comment. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are ready to continue with public comment on agenda item D1. Next up to testify is Chad Lowenberg. Okay, it doesn't look like we have Mr. Lowenberg online. Stephanie Madsen. And I don't see Stephanie. Steve Miner. See Steve. Okay, looks like we have Heather Mann.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members. My name's Heather Mann. I'm speaking on behalf of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. MTC represents 30 trawl catcher vessels, many fish for pollock and cod in the Bering Sea. MTC advocates no further action on this agenda item in its current format. The two sectors with the largest fisheries-related impact on the king crab stock are the directed crab and the pot cod fisheries. Both sectors have testified they are working on voluntary measures to improve their fishing performance and reduce bycatch, and they do not seem to believe regulatory steps in their fisheries are warranted. At the same time, they do continue to believe that unobserved mortality in the trawl sector is a major contributor to the stock status, even though there is no scientific evidence supporting this theory. The proposal to limit pelagic trawl in the savings area will likely not result in improvements to the crab stock. but will almost certainly have impacts on other PSC species like Chinook. I want to acknowledge the very dire situation the directed king crab fishery is in. I know the closure is devastating for boat owners, families, crew, and the communities that depend on crab revenue. The pollock trawl sector has a recorded bycatch of red king crab between 2008 and today of 307 animals. And these numbers are based on 100% observer coverage. The CV sector that I work for has had an incidental catch of 164 crabs during the last 12 years. During those same years, the directed crab fishery discarded 25.5 million animals, 4.6 million of them female. That equates to 4.7 million dead crabs, including over 900,000 females. In the last 3 years alone, the directed fishery discarded 800,000 females, 300,000 more than the fishery needed to open the season in 2021, according to the paper. The pot cod fishery during the same time discarded over 348,000 animals, resulting in over 184,000 dead crabs. 5 million dead animals in those two fisheries compared to 307 in the pollock sector. We've heard repeatedly that the crab stock has been declining for 10 years, but the discards have not, even if you take out the anomalous years. And in the pot cod fishery, the NIMS data reports thousands in crab bycatch for the first 3 months of 2022. If the directed crab and pot cod sectors do not believe they need more formal regulatory actions in their own fisheries, even with the millions of discards, then it's hard to imagine that spending any more time on this current effort as structured is a responsible use of limited resources. I'd like to speak to the AP motion. I was the one who offered the amendment to expand the analysis to include examining regulatory measures for the directed fishery and pot cod sectors. AP members fought the move, but the amendment ultimately passed, as you heard. I only offered this amendment after the move to strike any further analysis in the short term failed. I did it because if an analysis does get moved forward by the council, then I believe it must include the two sectors who have the largest documented impact on the king crab stock. Otherwise, it's my opinion, this effort is not about saving red king crab. Based on the discussion earlier today between council members and the AP vice chairs, it's clear to me that the AP motion in total is somewhat in conflict with itself and not necessarily helpful to council deliberation. I believe this reflects the disagreement between the trawl industry and the directed fishery and what has caused the decline in the stock. It also reflects the narrow focus of the original motion versus acknowledging and including the directed and pot cod fisheries formally in the solution. Listening to the pleas from directed crab participants and their advocates about the urgency of doing something quickly, it seemed to me the most bang for the buck would be regulatory incentives for the directed crab and pot cod fisheries to discard less king crab, resulting in less mortality of females. Observer coverage in the crab fishery is a state function, but in the pot cod fishery, it's not. In both sectors, participants have expressed concern about the reported observer numbers. So again, it makes sense to increase observer coverage, just as those of us in the Bering Sea cod trawl CV fishery did for many years. We opted to take 100% coverage, even though we were also paying into partial coverage. It's one thing to complain about the numbers, but if you do nothing to lessen the uncertainty, by default, you're accepting those numbers as the best available science. I'm advocating no further action on this agenda item in its current format, because as I said, and you heard, fishery participants do not believe they need any additional regulatory considerations. I hope their voluntary efforts and research work to reduce the discard and mortality of red king crab, and it's effective so that the fishery can be rebuilt and open. MTC trawl catcher vessels will continue to do our best to avoid all species of concern, as we have both committed to and subsequently delivered on over the last decade. Thank you for your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. Any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Ms. Mann. And I appreciate the sentiment, particularly of your closing comments in the sense that we all recognize the concerning condition about Bristol Bay red king crab and ideally, and I think I guess speaking for myself, I hope that all sectors that impact Bristol Bay red king crab would take measures to avoid bycatch or whatever the case may be, bycatch, discards, or avoid crab altogether. And so I wanted to ask specifically about the members of your group. You've highlighted the known or observed impacts of your sector on Bristol Bay red king crab, but you mentioned a willingness for your fleet to take voluntary measures where possible. And can you just give me some idea what is possible in the current in your current operations, understanding you have several species of concern or interest to avoid? Where does crab fit into that? And are there things that you know of today that your fleet is doing or could do to avoid Bristol Bay red king crab?
Through the chairman, Ms. Baker, thank you for that question. I'm happy that you pointed out the balancing act that we have in the trawl sector, primarily trying to avoid Chinook salmon. In terms of avoiding crab, I have had a lot of conversations with a lot of trawl captains that I work for. My vessels are the smaller vessels in the North Pacific and the Bering Sea, and for trawl vessels. And what I'm hearing from captains, and these are long-term captains, people you've heard from before, is they are not encountering crab, and that is shown in the observer reporting. We're not encountering pieces of crab that would also be showing up in the observer data. And so it's really hard to think about what further actions can be taken to prevent bycatch in particular for us of crab. Now, I know there's a lot of focus on information that people think is new, but is really not, about our nets, pelagic nets touching the bottom. The catcher vessels that I work for are the ones that are in the, not touching to up to 40%. Again, I've had this conversation in the last day with captains trying to understand what that means exactly and what's touching the bottom and when. And I think you've heard a lot of that is avoiding Chinook, which are higher in the water column, and going after the clean pollock, which is lower. But even then, according to Captain Kurt Cochran, it's the weights that are touching the bottom, and it's not a continuous kind of a thing. And so as we're also constrained by the current regulations in the Bering Sea, we can't make big adjustments to, I don't know that we can make legally any adjustments to our current gear. But I will say that if there's any group of fishermen, in particular Kurt Cochran, who's spoken in front of the council before, I mean, he is continuously working on improving gear, spending time in the flume tanks and trying to do a better job, both whether it's excluding, incidental catch of Chinook, and really trying to understand what is it we can do to help avoid red king crab if we really are impacting them. And I don't believe that the paper shows that that's happening. So it's really hard to take those measures to commit to something that you don't even know if you can deliver on, because it's not sure that you're even having an impact. So I think that's a long answer to say we're still committed to doing that. I have friends in the crab fishery. I know that this is awful. We're hearing that from them directly. I get that. But we can only do what we know will have an impact, that we know otherwise it's maybe a feel-good kind of a thing that won't result in the intended outcome. And then where will we be? We'll be back at the table with no improvement to red king crab stocks because we've kept pelagic trawl out of the savings area. So beyond that, I think hot spot sharing is something. But again, if we're not having crab coming up in our bycatch, I don't know how we identify what a hot spot is. Of course, I'm open to suggestions, and I think that the MTC fleet in particular, they're pretty sophisticated and forward thinking, would be willing to have these conversations and figure out ways forward instead of, draconian measures that aren't going to achieve their goal. So I hope that helps to answer that question. Thank you, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mann. That was helpful. I appreciate it. Nothing further.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any further questions for Ms. Mann? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I see Chad Lowenberg is online. Mr. Lowenberg, are you with us?
Yeah, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. For the record, my name's Chad Lowenberg. I'm a co-owner and operator of a boat that actively participates in crab and pot cod fisheries in the Bering Sea. I've been involved in multiple fisheries over the last 30 years. And I wanted to say that I'm in support of the ABSC comment letter. And after listening to the AP yesterday, I'm also in support of Gretar's original motion. When referencing that motion and asked to keep vessels from fishing in the red king crab savings area, which we as a sector voluntarily stood down from in order to protect the red king crab, I heard opposition from the midwater trawl fleet yesterday. Our request for the new studies was met with the thought that we already have an answer to the questions being posed. So why relook at it? Why we already have the science, why relook at it? And this opposition deems years old data to be appropriate to use when devising, current solutions to our shared problems. As we all know, science is an ever-changing and an evolving process. And we use science to find solutions and identify problems. And if we're trying to manage the fishing industry with our best available science, why are certain groups not willing to study the current dynamics that affect the species? This is especially true since we've recently learned that the pelagic trawl gears on the ocean floor, 40 to 90 or 85 or whatever it is % of the time, when we were previously told that the gear was on the bottom 10% of the time. And with those findings, what's the difference between a pelagic trawl and a non-pelagic trawl? They're both on the bottom. If the processes we've been using aren't working to protect our resources, it's our duty and responsibility to look for current solutions using current and accurate data. With advances in technology, we have the ability to work together to find new solutions to the problems, and we can't rely on outdated data and input that benefits individual positions. I guess I ask that you respectfully listen to the testimonies and presented today and take immediate action to protect the red king crab stock with current and updated data. The time is now. We need to take action immediately. I'd also like to talk about something Ms. DeMerrill touched on. The impact of these closures is also being felt by not only the boat owners, but our crews as well. And, I've had the same dedicated crew for many years, some as long as 20 years. My guys have been with me for a long time. And the financial impact is caused a lot of them.
Mr. Lowenberg?
Yeah.
I apologize. Your time's up. Please provide a concluding comment and we'll see if there's any questions.
I just wanted to, to say that hope you respectfully listen and take the testimonies today and make a decision on acting now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowenberg. Are there any questions? Don't see any. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Looks like Casey McManus is back in on Zoom perhaps. Mr. McManus, are you with us?
I am with you. Can you hear me?
Yes, much better. Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair. My apologies for being out of touch earlier there. More or less what I wanted to say today is, you know, we went up and we fished OPs and we fished king crab this year. And for my crew members are used to making right around 100,000 or a little more for 6 to 7 months worth of work. This year, if we add everything together, most of my guys took home about $5,000, which is barely enough to stay afloat. And stay afloat, I mean, that's stay afloat for a month money. Let's be real here. One of the things that keeps getting brought up is a lot of people from alternative sectors that are not part of the directed fishery keep pointing the finger back to the directed fishery because of the numbers that we have for bycatch and mortality on what gets discarded. The fact of the matter is, in the last 40 years, if you add up all the numbers that Fish and Game has, we have 1.4% mortality for the crab that we retain. Okay, that's the crab that gets beat up in a boat for 8, 9, 10 days, goes through weather, is on a restricted water flow system, not open water. You got people dancing around on them and unloading them, people pulling legs off, putting them in brailers, sitting on a dock for 2 to 3 hours before they finally get cut and processed. We have 1.4% mortality with that. That's our dead loss number. Now, I don't know how somebody came up with 20% dead for what goes over the side. Now, maybe they included crab hanging out in totes on deck for many hours or minutes before they got dumped over the side or picked up and dumped over in rough manners. These days, everybody has, not everybody, but a very large portion of, I'd say 95% of the fleet has very good discard systems. Things with slide chutes, conveyors that and water flowing that put the crab back over the side very gently. And all I'm saying is if we take them out of their environment, we beat them up for 10 days and they manage to live, only less than 2% die. How do we come up with the number 20% are actually dying when we return them to the seafloor? I think that's something that needs to be considered. We don't have any data to confirm that 20% is the actual number. So I don't think people need to point the finger back at the directed fishery so much. That's pretty much my main thing. If we're going to change something and make something happen and save this fishery, it's the members of the council that are sitting there right now. It's fallen on you because I don't think next year you're going to have a vote to make. No, it's not going to be an option. There's going to be 0 crab left. That's from what I've seen on the grounds in the last 24 years, especially the last 2 or 3 years. So if we're not going to take action, you know, if we're going to let something die out, you know, whoever's sitting on the council now will be remembered as the people who let Kodiak repeat itself in the Bering Sea. And I appreciate the time and effort you guys put into this, but the time to talk is over. Time to take action is right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Any questions? Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Stephanie Madsen. We need your mic, Ms. Madsen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for missing the first call around. I was at a lunch meeting and lost track. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, my name is Stephanie Matson. I'm Executive Director of the at-sea Processors Association. I'm pretty sure you're all well aware of what my fleet does, so I'll just get right to it. Mr. Chairman, first I would like to thank staff for what I anticipated to be a good discussion paper. I think it reflects the current research that's out there, and it is generally what I expected to see when I heard the motion. So I do appreciate that, and I know that was a lot of work for them to reach out. But Mr. Chairman, I guess I have a general comment on when we're looking at charts that talk about stock status. I'm a little confused why we don't put the regime shifts in there anymore. You know, there were 2 major regime shifts in the Bering Sea that were well documented and well known. And we used to see them kind of delineated when you're looking at a time series of anything. But we don't see those anymore. And I do think that it would be valuable for those of that may not remember, or when you're looking at try to figuring out the connections of an environmental condition that might have impacted this. I really do think that having those very distinct regime shifts on those things would be helpful. So that's my one recommendation on future analysis. Mr. Chairman, as many of you know my history, I lived in Kodiak, so I've kind of seen the crab declines from a community perspective. I lived in Kodiak, went to a lot of crab festivals, saw the decline there. My late husband was in the crab fishery, moved out to Alaska, got there in 1980, 1982, very little king crab, and then the closure. I understand the devastation when you are dependent on crab. When I lived in Unalaska, I was on the city council, and we were really a crab dependent community. And we woke up one day and had no money in the bank as a community. I understand the devastation. But Mr. Chairman, I think we really need to focus on the things that were really outlined in the Crabber's letter, and that is recruitment and females. So I'm a little bit startled by the fact that the AP motion, and even, well, the maker of the motion was one of the members of the Crabber Association, didn't really address some of the items in their letter that we really could support. I think the kinds of things that we could support certainly are, we have an EFH process that's going on right now. That EFH process is going to have species distribution models and maps. The crab plan team and the stock assessment authors are going to be looking at those maps. They're going to be looking at the fishing effects run on those maps. So I think that when you're talking about habitat concerns, even gear impacts, even some of the boundary work that people would like to look at really is well placed, and the timing seems to be conducive since we have the EFH process going on. So I would recommend that some of those be either highlight, I think are going to happen anyway, but I think maybe the council should highlight for the crab plan team and the EFH process that you're very interested in this report. I think that you have to be careful, but I think counting PSC outside the area to a PSA limit, it makes sense as long as, you know, you can delineate the crab outside the PSA limit to make sure that you're only accounting the Bristol Bay Red King crab toward that limit. I think aligning area T with the stat area, which was recommended in the comment letter, would be viable, or at least maybe not viable, but you should at least look at it. You know, there might be IFQ problems with the alignment of it and the awarding of quota, but that was in their letter, and I think those are viable things to at least start looking at. I guess, Mr. Chairman, but it comes to the nut of the issue here. And the nut of the issue is that I think people are misinterpreting what they're seeing in the fishing effects model. And I think that if you do move forward with the workshop, that's one thing that should be really explained very clearly. In fact, you had a 41% contact bottom in your second EFH action. So even in 2015, if people weren't aware about the information, they didn't pay attention to the EFH process the time before because Dr. Rose had a 41% impact. Mr. Chairman, I did attach a summary sheet on it, but I'm going to, it's just a summary of red king crab by year and no, by area. But I wanted to give you the level takeaways on that. The largest portion of red king crab bycatch from 2013 to 21 occurs in NIM stat area 512. It accounts for 32% of all red king crab catch. And the kicker is that area 512 is the near shore Bristol Bay no trawl zone. Thus, all trawling is prohibited in that area. If you sort the data by red king crab bycatch by year, same years, you end up with 64.5% of the total red king crab catch taken by pot gear and the federal groundfish targets. Non-pelagic trawl, including the 2 vessels that participate in yellowfin, account for just 31% of the total catch. Long line is 4%.
Ms.
And the
Manson.
pelagic trawl accounts for—
Ms. Manson, concluding comment,
Okay.
please, and we'll see if there's any
My
questions.
concluding comment, Mr. Chairman, is that we're being asked to close an area with no data that demonstrates we have an impact and no way to get that area back open. I didn't even start to address that 6 minutes goes fast, that the comment on salmon, and I'm sure I'll probably get a question on that, but and I'll stop.
Let's see if there are questions. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Mattson, for your testimony. I have two questions. The first one is relating to the AP motion where they talk about creating a work group, and the third objective would be to document new and existing voluntary measures taken by each sector to reduce the impacts on that area. And I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I'm sure at this point you realize that there's some sentiment towards reducing the impacts in that area. And I'm wondering if the council tasked all sectors to come back with any new voluntary measures that might reduce impacts in that area, if you think that there are some things that your sector can come up with that might help in that effort.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mesereau. It's difficult to say what voluntary measures. I mean, we're very familiar with rolling hotspots, as you know, because of our salmon work. But if you don't have the data that demonstrates what number you would move on, and we don't have it, you know, there is a difference of opinion about why we don't have it. Some people think the crab just don't come up, and the mortality on those crab are millions of pounds. I would argue that if you look at the data that I presented, we would have to impact 6,300 and some crab for every crab that comes on board to equal the pot cod removals of red king crab. So if you really think that we're killing 6,000 crab, and that's the magnitude of it, then I think let's talk. But for us to come back and say we're going to do voluntary measures based on what? I mean, the only reason we're fishing in that area, Mr. Mesereau, is because this A season and most A seasons, it was a good high CPU, good quality fish, and low Chinook salmon. The one thing that we did do this year, Mr. Mesereau, is when we have our skippers meeting, we sensitize the fleet to the issues that are here and facing you. And we've asked them to pay attention, talk amongst yourselves on the fleet, talk to other sectors, you know, and see what you can learn on the grounds. And right now, that's all I have to offer. Now, if we're required to come back with it, you know, I think I could probably come and talk about some of the research. I mean, we were contributors, either directly or indirectly, to the two studies from Susie Sigorski and Brianna King. We haven't just been standing at the sidelines not looking at things. So we'll go back, as we often do, and roll up our sleeves and look at research.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My second question is, if you were able to, I don't know the answer to this question, and maybe you don't either, and maybe someone else can answer later that fishes the pelagic trawl gear, but my understanding is if you come up off the bottom too far, you're likely to encounter more Chinook salmon, which clearly we don't want to have happen. But is that a matter of coming off the bottom a few feet, or is it that you encounter the Chinook salmon much further up? Like, is there room for improvement to pull your nets up a little bit off the bottom, or is that just going to create that problem to itself?
We need your mic.
Mr. Mesereau, I'm not a good one to answer that specific question about how far off the bottom. But what I do know is that during A season, we're looking for the big fish. The big fish kind of are lower at the bottom. So as you've heard in the discussion paper, we kind of have to get under the salmon to get to the big fish. And so it is a manipulation of the net to try to get to achieve multiple goals. And as you know, Chinook has been the priority.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Madsen. Both you and Mr. Warrenchuk have testified to the kinds of information about bottom contact that have been in front of the council for quite a while now, really since well before the last EFH round. And we've also heard from you and I think Ms. Mann as well, that it's really difficult to do much with management with the very small numbers of crab that do actually end up in the cod ends. And so I'm wondering what your thoughts are about using crab then as a performance measure for determining whether or not you really are a pelagic, fit into that category, whether any particular tow fits into that category. Is that the right performance measure? Is there a better performance measure? Should we be looking for a better performance measure?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, we already have a performance measure for pelagic gear definition. We are not allowed to have, if it is not considered pelagic, if there's 20 or more crab. So there is a performance standard that we have to comply with, as well as the legal definition of our gear, that what it can't contain. So I'm sorry if I'm not directly answering your question, but we do have a legal requirement when you're talking about pelagic gear.
And that was my question, was, is that the right standard at this point? Should we be looking for a better standard? And if so, what might that look like?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, you've challenged me to go home and think, because I don't have a good answer for you today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Further questions?
I guess you also referenced some of the legal requirements for what your gear has to look like. And I've understood from previous discussions on this that those legal requirements are stringent enough that they really inhibit innovation and thinking about innovation in terms of gear design that might allow you to experiment with other gear types that fish similarly well, but potentially would have less of an impact on the bottom when they do contact it. And I'm wondering if you can give me a little bit of a sense of what those things might look like and what incentives would enable the industry to do more innovation. What we could do to facilitate the industry being able to innovate again in terms of gear design to meet that. And I realize I'm sort of getting into an EFH question, really more than a Bristol Bay Red King crab question, but seemed like a germane opportunity.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, the work that Susan Sikorsky did, we participated in, and we started looking at, were there modifications to the net? For example, could we use a different type of foot rope? And that work really didn't produce at that point, didn't produce enough information or design changes that rose to the level of coming back and asking for a regulatory change. I'm no gear expert, but I'm becoming one. And I will tell you that, it's a little bit of a magic when you have the foot rope and you have the doors that are floating, then you have the foot rope that's keeping the net apart, and then you need an opening that's a certain size, so you have some weight on that. And so there's very technical things here that we'll continue to look at. And I do think the way that you could help is if when we come to the EFP, time for an EFP, because we're going to have to likely get an EFP before we can change any regulations like we did with the bobbins, so that you can really describe and understand how you're going to legally describe the gear and regulation. We're going to have to do an EFP, and that's where you come in to support that work. I think we'll go back and, take a look at what we did there. And that was time passes. Is there new technology? Do we know more to do that, Mr. Twite?
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Madsen, if I heard you right, you suggested using the EFH process as a way to consider effects of non-pelagic trawl. And I'm curious about that, given that the question here seems to be effects on unobserved mortality of crab, not on habitat features per se. So I wonder if you could address that and why you're suggesting to use the EFH process.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Kurland, I wasn't really, I didn't think that the EFH process was going to get to the mortality of crab. But what I was hearing from some of the crabbers is that they're concerned about recruitment and habitat. And so and boundaries. I think a winter survey is going to help, but also boundaries. There was suggestion to look at the different boundaries. And I think the EFH group and that process is well suited to look at where the crab are when they're looking at the species distribution and do that. I was not inferring that the EFH process was going to answer the question on crab mortality.
Any further questions for Ms. Madsen? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Madsen. Thanks for the testimony. I understand your response on voluntary measures being difficult to provide when you're not seeing crab in the net, so you don't know what you're moving away from or what the point is. But on the second part, on the research that Mr. Twite was pursuing, is the sector more interested in or thinks it's more productive to try to do research to quantify or better quantify unobserved mortality of crab? Or are they more interested in the gear innovation to reduce bottom contact, regardless of whether we understand that has crab impacts?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, tough question. I think that at the time that we were doing the research, it was more to see a more efficient gear. That way we could still stay, well, we did too. Could we stay within the definition, modify the gear to do a better job of getting close to the bottom, but not impacting the bottom? That was one question. And then the other one was just modifying the gear, but needing to have the regulations changed. So we were looking at both aspects. The mortality of crab, I guess, is just kind of, we haven't focused on the research. So my anticipation is that when we start moving forward and trying to look at that, it's going to be a similar exercise that the Amendment 80 did with Dr. Rose. We're going to have to figure out, and probably be an EFP, if we can find crab, what is the impact? But the gear modification won't answer that question either. You're correct.
I don't see any further questions. Thank you, Ms. Madsen. Steve Miner.
Mr. Chairman, council members, Steve Miner for the record as chairman of PNCAC, the Pacific Northwest Crab Industry Advisory Committee. I think most of you know that crab is somewhat unique in that it is actually managed by the state of Alaska under the federal FMP. PNCAC was designed to be responsible and responsive to both parties, to this body as well as the Board of Fish, which may be a valuable tool to you going forward. First, I do want to apologize. Everybody that works for me, my first rule is if you're not 5 minutes early, you're already 10 minutes late. I'm sorry I missed my first call because I violated my most basic rule. Having said that, I want to say that all of us in this room, everybody is very fortunate because we are working in the Alaska seafood industry. The Alaska seafood industry has a worldwide reputation as the most sustainably managed fisheries, period. And that's the Alaska brand. It's the Alaska brand that benefits everybody. And we also have a collective responsibility to protect that brand. I'd go a step further and say, if outside of this room, if you think about the iconic species that are represented by that brand, there's 2 or 3, and red crab is certainly one of them that everybody thinks of when you talk about Alaska. So I think we have a collective responsibility to address this because a failure of this fishery, a long-term failure, will diminish the brand and it will affect everybody regardless of sector or gear or vocation. Having said that, PNCAC would like to offer up the concept of, we've heard a lot about having a working group. We think we are a good starting point to develop that working group. We did it during crab rationalization. We brought together not just crab stakeholders, but other communities and industry sectors, depending on the issue. We did it all the way through crab rationalization. We did it all the way through the 12 or 13 amendments to that program that were necessary. And we think we could do it again. We could provide a solid platform that is already recognized by both the Board of Fish and the council if you choose to proceed with the work group. Our first step would be to approach every other sector and ask for some representatives and then tackle whatever issues this body assigned for us to tackle. I don't know if you want to go there. We're simply offering ourselves as a vehicle to do it if you decide to do it. At the end of the day, though, PNCAC is very concerned about where we are with this stock. We think that everything from survey periods and areas to observed and unobserved mortality is on the table. We want every stakeholder who is impacted directly or indirectly at the table to discuss this. But we also would like to see this move forward in an expeditious manner. The stocks have been in decline for a decade. You've heard that repeatedly. I don't need to keep saying it. And now they're closed, and we think that urgency should be applied here. We're all familiar with the tactic of using a lack of perfect science to delay actions. I hope we avoid that tactic in this process. And I want to close saying we look forward to moving forward with all stakeholders on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Minor. Any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Just quickly, thank you, Mr. Minor. Just on your idea about using PNCAC as a platform, as a council committee, meaning that group would be all involved as a full committee. And then you would see PNCAC reaching out to other sectors and stakeholders as needed, or having the council assign those folks. I just thought that was an interesting idea.
Thank you, through the chair. Ms. Kimball, I think I'm seeking a little bit of direction from the council itself about how we would populate the work group. I've already had some informal discussions with the leaders of various sectors here about this idea. We're more than happy to work with them directly, but certainly if you would give us some direction, even as to the scope of work, that would help. For instance, I heard the earlier discussion about the AP motion and how much involvement should a work group have in the science aspects? And I think that all of you at this table need to sort out a few of those issues before I could really answer your question with confidence. Thank you.
Further questions, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Minor, thank you. And thank you for chairing PNCAC and thinking about the role that it could play. PNCAC is comprised of all sectors of the crab industry, correct? Both processing and harvester?
That is correct. There are both harvester and processor representatives. And on both sides, there are also entities that are multi-species. We're not all exclusively crab focused, which I think might be beneficial as well.
That is a good reminder. One of the potential tasks then is to look within each fishery at the kinds of changes they can make, either institutional regulatory changes that can be made to reduce discards as well as encounters. And obviously in the directed fishery, that's not the question. It's just reducing discards. Is PNCAC the right place for the crab industry to really be thinking about how to reduce discards within the crab fishery?
Sorry, Mr. Twite, through the chair. I'm not trying to dodge your question, but I would like to understand the proposed scope of work. I think I'm going to put that one back on you.
Further questions for Mr. Minor?
Thank you very much.
Next up is Gretar Goodmanson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I am here testifying on my own behalf. Try to summarize some of these points. Currently, our season is closed, so our impact is zero. The savings area original intent was to keep a net off the bottom. Whatever the reason for not including midwater trawl, which today is a misnomer, we found out, is not being adhered to. Before that, the pot sanctuary was 2 to 3 times its size. Before that, before we started fishing, the Japanese were here, and to say it bluntly, raping the ocean, their sanctuary was 5 times the size because they wanted to come back and do that every year. So they knew what they were doing. They're smart people. According to the state, we closed our fishery January 15th because of molting mating crab. And the feds turn around and open the trawl season 5 days later on the 20th on those same grounds, which the state just told us are molting and mating. That makes no sense. The science to me is 50-50. We don't have any science to say that they're hurting the crab. They don't have any science to say they're not hurting it. The new information out of this current paper is the amount of time on the bottom, in my opinion, and how much of that crab goes underneath as a percentage of the foot rope. So one of the statistics that kind of blew my mind, it was a paper written in 19 that the area swept for Bering Sea, total area swept was 32,000 square miles, included pots. Somebody did the math and figured the pots covered less than a square mile, and that included all pots, not just Bering Sea red crab. So the magnitude of that really blew my mind. In Canada, they are fishing during that time when the crab are going soft. They close that area to crab fishermen and draggers. Oregon, Washington, I think they recently closed near shore to dragging, and those crabs seem to be coming back. To close, I think if this looks like a difficult question for the council, I think everybody in this room knows what's necessary. And we can choose to do that difficult question, or we can choose to bury our head in the sand, pretend it's not there, blame it on the science that we lack, and continue to do the same thing and expect a different result. And we all know the definition of that.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Goodmanson. Greta, it's good to see you. I appreciate your testimony, and I appreciate the bullet point manner in which you read those out. So the question I have for you, you said everybody here knows what we need to do. And my assumption is that what you're talking about is the first part of the motion that was made at the AP that was to analyze the closure of the Bristol Bay red king crab area to other gear types other than non-pelagic trawl. Is that the piece that you meant? This is everybody knows what we need to do here, or is there something more than that?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Don, through the chair. That's part of it. I think there's a lot more to it. In that motion, that motion was driven a lot by input from both council members and some in the industry. We had a lot more that we would like to see done. It was well pointed out to us that to narrow the scope, try and do something effective. I understand the process is to analyze it first, and if we want to delay and to analyze it, that delays that further for any action. But something needs to change here because it's not working. We've had a 14-year steady decline in this, and that kind of correlates with the time where the increased participation or the increased effort in that box for the midwater trawl. So it includes all of that, and it's the elephant in the room, and everybody's put in their side, including myself, but that something needs to change. It needs to change today.
Further questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Brent Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. My name is Brent Payne. I'm the executive director of Now to Catch Boats. It's been 2 years since I've been in this room in person at a council meeting, and really finding it very exciting to be here. So thanks for Dave Witherall and his staff to make this all, pull it all off. And Dave, thanks very much for the virtual formats you've done for the last 2 years. I know it's a lot of work, and seen it here at the Pacific Council, and have very much appreciated our ability to continue to do governance of fisheries. So that's my preference. So UCB has 72 member vessels. We primarily fish in the mothership and shoreside pollock fishery in the Eastern Bering Sea. UCB members also hold about 12% of the Bristol Bay Red King Crab IFQ quota. The UCB members have a lengthy history and participation in the Bering Sea crab fisheries, going way, way back. So I say that because my members are very well aware of the impacts of a closed fishery and the loss of revenue on our operations. So we are experiencing that. So I guess I would start out by, I might be deviating from my written comments based on some of the questions that were asked here. So I'm going to wing it here just a little bit, but and there's a lot of history here that, you guys are looking at this issue of impacts of trawl gear and the definition of a pelagic trawl. This is something that's been discussed many times, but it happened to be 20, 25 years ago. So, and Sam Cunningham did a great job in his paper answering, Councilwoman Campbell's 4 questions, but I think there's a lot more questions you need to ask here, because when you start asking questions, you drill down and you're going to have more questions to ask. But so I'm going to see. So I would say you got to ask the question, what are you trying to solve? And I think the question you're trying to solve here is, how can you rebuild the female mature population of crab in the Eastern Bering Sea? How can you get that number up so you can get that reproductive element of the life history of the red crab population back up? Because fecundity and eggs and, larvae, and get that system going again, and that not having less female crab out there. Apparently that's your goal. So how do you achieve that goal? So if you were to say, let's just close the savings area to the pollock fishery, is that going to achieve that goal or not? And the pollock fishery representative is going to say, well, take a look at table 3.2. And, last year we caught 17 crab for catching 1.4 million metric tons of pollock. The year before that, we caught 9 crab based on 100% observer coverage, and we caught about 1.4 million metric tons of pollock. The year before that, this is the entire Eastern Bering Sea. This isn't even just inside the savings area. We caught 18. On average, since 2010, 2021, about 141 crab have been documented by the observer program taken by the entire pollock fishery. So that's a de minimis number when you look at catching over 1 million metric tons of pollock every year, and you're catching less than 10 to 12 crab per year on average. So by reducing the amount of crab in the pollock fishery that fishes inside the savings area, going to rebuild that female population of crab that mature? Well, I think logically it's probably not. So then you turn the page, you go to page 17, you go to page 18, and you look at the amount of mortality of crab and the estimates of the female crab. The directed crab fishery has taken on average 430,000 crab mortality a year over the last 20 years. And half of that or more is females. So we know that is to be the number. So it seems to me as you might want to focus your attention on reducing the amount of crab mortality in the high mortality and the high discount, just high fisheries that have high rates of female crab mortality. And where is that? We were shocked when you guys took a look at the emergency rule action, when we found that in October alone, the pot cod fishery took over 230,000 crab as incidental catch, just the pot cod fishery in 1 month. So you got to take a look at that. And you also got to look at the other directed crab fisheries like Apelio and Barradeye and how much red king crab comes up in those fisheries and gets discarded and what mortality rate. Casey McManus brings up a very good point. How did that 20% come about? Well, that was research done years and years and years ago. Why is it 50% in the pot cod fishery mortality? And why is it 20% in the red crab fishery? Well, you got, I think the paper probably can flesh that out a little bit more. So you got to look at how those mortality rates are established. So getting into the issue of the pollock trawl and is there unobserved mortality and what the definition is. When I first got hired by the council, this was in the early 90s, we were working on the definition of a pelagic trawl. And why were you working on the definition of a pelagic trawl? It's because when the pollock fishery was using a bottom trawl, which they caught a lot of pollock at that time up in the joint ventures and later, it had a lot of halibut and crab associated with that gear type. So there was a movement afloat, and John Warrenchuk was correct. And the pollock industry worked really hard. And I remember Mike Stone, my member, who was designing gear at the time, testified to this council in 1993. And he worked really hard to define a pelagic trawl net that would have minimal halibut and crab bycatch. And that's the definition you have today. You have a net that the goal of that council back in 1993 was to have a pelagic trawl net that had minimal impact on crab and halibut. If you dig up that amendment package, you can see the analysis and you can have that whole discussion. So it's coming right back again, 30 years later.
Mr. Payne.
So I'm running out of time. So
concluding comment.
Sorry, maybe I should have taken some questions so I had a little more time. But so what do? You got to look at all God's children have bycatch. And you got to look at it holistically to try and solve this problem. But please ask me a question about EFH.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Are there any questions for Mr. Payne? No. Oh, Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Payne. I've been waiting to ask you this question because I know you're an avid recreational fisherman as well. And while I hesitate to bring my expertise in salmon fishing into this room when we're talking about crab, I had trouble with the analysis in that it said there's really no reliable way to determine how far a pelagic trawl net is off the bottom. And in the same way, my own personal experience is I have 4 Lexan probes, one on each downrigger wire, that tells me exactly how far my downrigger is off the bottom. And I drag them through a minefield of pinnacles and I never lose a ball. And I'm just wondering, there's really no technology that you can attach to a net that would reliably tell you how far off the bottom it is. And if you did, it would put the whole discussion to rest if that technology existed. And I just can't believe that with all the technology in the trawl industry, omni sonars and sensors, that there isn't any way to figure that out.
Yeah, through the chair. Well, I thought Sam Cunningham tried to show you what the information he had when he dug up how, when a captain actually was trying to collapse a net on the bottom, how variable that was. So you have that from the council staff's analysis. But I've talked to a lot of captains of pollock boats over the years, 30 years or so, and it's not a simple answer. My Scotty downrigger, I know it's touching the bottom when it starts to bounce. I mean, that's pretty simple. A pelagic trawl net is behind the boat, sometimes, 3/4 of a mile. Pelagic trawl net is the size, it's huge. I mean, the spread of the wings between, the corners of the net, it's quite large. And also a very good skilled captain, can fly a net quite precisely. If you have a lazy captain, he probably can't fly a net pretty well. It has to do with there's so many variables in pollock fishing, and Dr. Craig Rose, we spent a lot of time with him in 2005 when we had the EFH amendment package before us. And I remember Wally Pereira and Donna Parker, John Groover, and I had a working group with Dr. Crows to try and answer that very question you just asked me. And I mean, we can have a workshop, we can have a gear workshop, and we could talk about this issue, and you can get the experts that drive those boats, that fly those nets, to be talking to you directly to see what the art of the doable is. So I think that's where I would start with this. And I remember I had this amazing spreadsheet with John Groover when we were we actually did a survey of all the Bering Sea captains on how they flew their nets through the water column. And it was so much variability. That's why in the document, Sam Cunningham says 20 to 60% for the catcher boats. 20 to 6% is a hell of a lot of range, right? Where am I on that range? 20%, 60%, 40%? How much time, why I'm towing that net? Is it on the bottom? Is it off the bottom? There is so many variables. It's not a simple question to answer.
Further questions, Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Payne. Follow up on Mr. Mesro's question a bit. I think the reason that Mr. Mesro's got the ability to do that is partly it's pretty big demand on the part of recreational industry for that kind of technology. And I'm wondering how you would characterize kind of the demand from the pollock trawl industry for similar technologies. Is it, it flared up for a while, you guys were active on it for a while. Has that pressure continued on suppliers to keep looking for things? Or is it something you kind of put on a shelf?
Through the chair. So, I got to say, I've watched what APA was doing with their research with Susie Zagorski and Craig Rose originally. Craig was pushing us hard to try and look at trying to develop a different kind of pollock trawl net, that had low impact on the bottom. And we haven't ventured. UCB, the UCB organization, me, John Groover, we haven't ventured down that path. But we have the boat companies, the captains, the owners, the port engineers have definitely focused a lot of their time on gear. That's what they have to do. I mean, every time they buy a new net or have a net loft build them a new net, they spend, hundreds of thousands of dollars on that net and spend a lot of time with those net designers. So and they're very sophisticated. Our work that we did with the salmon excluder is a good example of what the art of the doable is. If you get some smart people together, like a Kurt Cochran or John Groover or Mike Stone and some of the, Norris Trawl guys and the Swan Net guys, and you sit down and you say, here's your goal here. And can you develop a foot rope in a pollock net that lightly touches the bottom? And that's, I think that's what I'm gonna say also. If it's one thing to touch the bottom and it's one thing to have impact, and those are two different things. So I'll leave it at that. But yeah, it's not like we put it on the shelf, Mr. Twite. It's something these, but again, the goal has been to design and improve nets to be more efficient when they're catching pollock, lighter net materials, less cost, less diesel to burn when you're running the net through the water, efficiencies. But if you were asking me the question, have you guys been spending time trying to develop a net that can minimize the impact on crab? We have not. And if that's the question you want to ask us, we certainly can try and work together and brainstorm and try and see if we can answer that question. It's not going to be like Jamie going to testify to you today, though, something to put in place in 2023 season. That's certainly, look how many years we spent to do the salmon excluder device. This kind of applied research is, I call it the John Govan retaining act. It's a salary for him, because it takes years and years and years. So, okay, funny joke, yeah.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Payne. I'm gonna ask you a question here about the numbers of crab that are observed in the pollock fleet, which you testified to. We also heard almost the same testimony from Heather Mann, and we heard almost the same testimony from Stephanie Madsen, that these numbers are low, super low, and we should be looking over here at these other guys. And I agree, the other guys need to clean their act up. But I just want to let you know that and ask you to address this. The way that hits me is that it's missing the whole point. The whole point is that we have maps. I've spent hours looking at this stuff for a long time now. We know your vessels are in the same area where crab are. We know you're in there when they're mating and they're molting. We know that the vessels, we know there's crab there because the crab fleet understands, and yet you have these super low numbers. And so we know that there's this unobserved mortality happening, and we don't know what that is. That's the point, is because we don't know that, should you be in these areas? I mean, shouldn't that be analyzed? It seems that like a complete disconnect, like you're wearing dark sunglasses to me when you come up and testify to these super low numbers. It's missing the whole point. And I just want you to, I was tempted to ask these other people that I mentioned the same question, and I kind of resisted. And then you came up with that same testimony. I just thought, well, I'm going to ask him if you would respond to why you feel that that's really important to testify to.
Sure. I think that, thank you very much for the question, Mr. Down. Well, it's sort of like we're guilty by association. That's what you're saying. If you are here and this is happening, then you are causing that problem. So you're guilty by association. Gotta be guilty. And preparing for this meeting, I called a number of captains and I asked them, why did you fish in this green crab savings area, this year? And they said, because we don't catch any crab. That's what they told me. And also because you have the inside outside SCA area, and then you've got salmon issues like Ms. Madsen testified to. And then we had herring issues too. When some people voluntarily did not want to fish in the savings area, they went up towards the Pribs and they found that a couple of those boats got some pretty big hits of herring. And so they backed out of there and went back to the savings area because it was extremely clean, very low salmon rates, very nice sized fish, no crab. So you're saying there's got to be some unobserved mortality. Well, that's an assumption. That's a huge assumption. If you talk to a poly captain, he believes that there's no unobserved mortality when he's flying his net through the water column and catching fish inside the savings area. So you got to try and use good information to answer that question. You believe there is unobserved mortality. Poly captains do not believe that. They believe there's no unobserved mortality associated with crab, even if we're in an area where the crab's life history stage is fragile. So then you need to embark on a study. And Sam Cunningham quoted a study in the last part of his document about the prawn fishery in, in lower east, east side of Canada, and on their paleo fishery. So I looked at the methodology they were using, and they were using a submersible they tow after the prawn net would go through kind of the high crab grounds, and they would use that submersible's video to see if there's actually crab that was damaged or dead. And I think that's what we need to do here now. I think we need to design an experimental fishing permit type study, similar to like what we did with the salmon excluder, and say, what the hypothesis is, does pelagic trawl gear in the savings area have unobserved mortality? That's the question you want to set up a study to design to try and prove or disprove. And it's because right now it's just speculation. It's, you believe it, I don't believe it. There's no data that shows that you win or I win. So what do we got to do? We got to try and solve for the question, and you got to use the scientific method to do that. So that would be, again, but that's not going to solve the problem next year. That's a long-term type project, but there is research available to do that. And we would be supportive of that research.
Mr. Down.
So I would agree with your captains that if they're, to quote you, if they're flying the net through the water column, that there's very little impact. But I'm talking about when these nets are on the bottom in areas where we know there's mating and molting crabs. Your testimony that's not, that you believe that there's no mortality when you're towing a net on the bottom in areas where that there's mating and molting crab and they're not likely to make it into the caught in to be counted?
Through the chair, Mr. Down. So I will say there's a huge difference between towing a bottom trawl rig versus towing a pelagic trawl rig. And I say fly through the water because if you look at how a midwater poly trawl is fished in the Eastern Bering Sea shelf, the doors do not come in contact with the bottom. The warps do not come in contact with the bottom. The sweeps do not come in contact with the bottom. When a net does come in contact with the bottom, and Dr. Craig Rose should be here to explain this to you, not me, because I'm an advocate for the pollock guys. And Dr. Craig Rose spent months on this very same issue in 2005 when this council had new EFH mandates to take a look at the impacts to the benthic habitat because of Magnuson-Stevens Act EFH law. Dr. Curlin knows all about this. So again, so let's try and solve this problem and have a scientific experiment, prove you right or wrong, or prove me right or wrong.
Agreed.
Further? Thanks, Mr. Down. Further questions for Mr. Payne? All right. Thank you, Mr. Payne. Next up is Scott Goodman, testifying remotely.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me? Sound check?
We can hear you, Mr. Goodman.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Chairman and council members. I am Scott Goodman, Executive Director to the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation. BSFRF is the industry-funded research entity referred to as the Crab Foundation, supported by harvesters, processors, communities, and many agency, department, and academic research partners as well. In addition to a few other points noted in my written comment, I wanted to add today briefly and follow up after listening to the discussion with some references directly to our tagging work and our efforts to work on filling information gaps further with a winter survey approach, which I know John Govan is expecting to speak also to in his comments following me. So thank you to the council staff for a very good report and presentation of information. We appreciate their efforts and their inclusion of some of our most recent work. There was some discussion at the AP yesterday and today at the council here about info included in this discussion paper from satellite tag results from the most recent info from male red king crab that is available now, noting the sample size. So I wanted to share briefly that this has been part of a bigger, longer, high priority project that has spanned the last few years with a very robust approach. Last year alone, there was more than $500,000 spent just to purchase tags. About $230,000 of that came from the crab industry through the Research Foundation. And our project as a whole is more than $2 million commitment to collecting critical movement info for red king crab. The principal investigators in the tagging effort so far are Dr. Leah Zacher with NOAA and Dr. Ben Daly, who's been on the phone to add to some of our context, and myself. Recently, Dr. Zacher and Dr. Daly provided an update to our Research Foundation board to give us an overview of tagging efforts to date, which included going back to 2019. So briefly, we've been working on this collaborative effort to fill gaps in our understanding of movement for more than 3 years now, and we've had some successes and we've had some challenges and some interruptions from COVID. The sail drones showed big promise with the relocation of more than 1/3 of our first releases of acoustically tagged crab. That was about 150 animals, and those tags went out in June of 2019 and were detected by the sail drone in that October. The spring 2020 plan was for 2 sail drones to get out again to search for the same set of crab, but that effort was stopped by COVID. In July of 2020, we made it out on the water for our planned tagging survey, where we deployed more than 2,000 traditional spaghetti tags, about 350 acoustic tags, and about 40 satellite tags. We had recoveries of all 3, but there were further complications with our high hopes for continued sail drone success. So we switched up our plans to focus on satellite tags, which are unfortunately the most expensive. Amidst the 2021 sail drone survey challenges, we did collect some further information last year in the late spring and summer. Last year in the late fall, after planning around the closed fishery reality, we chartered a vessel, put out about 350 more satellite tags, of which the first round of males is what you've heard about so far. So in summary, there is a growing amount of information, more than was shown in the paper, that generally supports what we know now, also noted in our written comment to the council, which reflects the current relevance of the red king crab savings area and the potential importance of adjacent areas based on current information. And further, just briefly, that the movement vectors that we're seeing from these crab reflect generally strong tendencies to inform movement, and that they're not random or shotgun blast vectors. So this has continued to be a productive tagging movement project building on information about crab movement. In addition to other priorities that the foundation is working on, a very high priority effort is a current collaboration to execute a winter survey project. We are currently working with a team of scientists on developing the details of this, which we have mentioned to the council at the last meeting, and John Govan and I have continued to work on options to explore ways to work together and to briefly update that again here for the council. In short, we are expecting that this would be a combined trawl survey, pot survey, and tagging project conducted in the January through March period with plans for a 2023 start, with some objectives that we are further refining now. And those would focus on presence, absence, mating and molting, and corroborating the abundances with our tagging efforts. And this information would be intended to inform the options that balance crab conservation with flexible fishing options. In closing, it's obvious that a number of our crab stocks need increased attention, and we recognize that finding the balance between conservation of crab during sensitive stock periods and flexible fishing operations for all fleets is important to acknowledge. And we are working on research to continue providing information to help inform those options that are difficult to consider. Here's some things we know. We have not yet seen a positive signal in response to best management approaches continuing to reduce harvest to the point of this year's season closure. We know new tag data is coming. We know that the beginning of the summer survey is about 8 weeks away, and that the fall crab fishery considerations immediately follow that. Then we could be doing a winter survey. But to add to some sense of urgency that we've heard collectively, there are currently molting and mating crab active right now in and around Bristol Bay. Thanks for your time, for listening, and I can answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Dr. Goodman. Let's see if there's any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Goodman. It was a little difficult to hear, but I did hear you speak about the winter survey being planned for 2023 and appreciate that work. But I wonder if you could either repeat or say for the first time, because I might have missed it, how you've honed in on the research question. Like, what are you trying to accomplish with that winter survey? Is it focused on mature female red king crab? Is it focused on mating and molting timing of crab, both? Or is that not yet decided?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question. I can try and speak a little more closely. I was trying to squeeze some info in. I noted 3 primary objectives that are focused on mature male and female presence, absence, molting and mating observations, and then corroborating our abundance centers with the tagging efforts. So one of the noted discussion points, both at the AP and I think today also, highlights that our tagging efforts so far have been opportunistic. And what that means is that, yes, we're using some of the most recent and most up-to-date information to try and figure out where to go and capture these crab and tag them. And then their recovery is dependent on where they are when their tag pops off. But to try and tie that information about where we've tagged them together with where the actual abundance centroids are is one of our important pieces, along with just presence, absence, and then observations of molting and mating during this potentially sensitive period. So there are clearly some other refined questions that our team, our group of science folks are working through, but those are kind of our big picture points that we're working on right now. And I also mentioned that this would be primarily what we're thinking of now, rather than kind of nibbling at the corners of something that we want to try and get out on the water this coming winter for a combination approach that would be a trawl survey, a pot survey, and then getting some tags out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Goodman. Again, this may be something that you did address, and I just wasn't able to pick it up. But with the study with the tags in the water right now, how would you characterize the study design in terms of strategy for where the tags were applied and released? Was that designed to be representative of the population as a whole, or some portion of the population, really to just look at movements through, say, the savings area itself, or was it designed to be more broadly representative?
Thank you for the question through the chair, Mr. Twite. So I think the answer is yes, it's both. There's a central focus, of course, on what can we learn about use and presence absence in the red king crab savings area. So we had a focus on that. One of our bigger missing pieces of information was the unfortunate reality of not having the summer survey in 2020 to inform where some of our tags would go out. We did rely on what we could from the 19 survey and then more recently the 2021 survey, but in a best methods approach, we would be using the most recent survey information, which we all know is on a grid, to inform where mature males and females were observed during the survey by the survey gear. So absent that, some of our selected choices for our tags were to put them in targeted areas that we would go to with our tagging charters, adjacent to and or inside the red king crab savings area. So to answer your question, it's not a methodological grid-based application of these tags. It's an opportunistic one, but it's informed by the best information that we had. And a quick final note, I think that you would see, for those who have looked closely at the one figure that Mr. Cunningham was able to coordinate with us and include in the paper, that there are some tags and some of the movement vectors that show in that figure that are a little further up to the northwest away from the red king crab savings area. And that was part of our strategy. We had actually intended to release more tagged animals up there, but we had some difficulties with low catches during the charter. And the informative part and purposes of that one was this northern boundary. So we had some interest in seeing what the vectors of movement were for some of the crabs that were located up in the northern area. So hopefully you heard me there and that's helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Goodman. Heard you quite well, and that really was helpful. I don't know if you were able to listen in on the discussion between Mr. Down and Mr. Payne about what it would take to get some concrete scientific information and move away from beliefs about the level of unobserved mortality. And I was just thought it was fortuitous that we'd have a scientist on the on the lineup right after that discussion. And I'm wondering what just, off the top of your head, what kind of a scientific effort would it take to begin to provide some definitive information to answer the questions that Mr. Payne and Mr. Down were sort of wrestling with?
Thank you for the question again, and through the chair, Mr. Twite, thank you. I wouldn't try to overstep here or get outside of what I could maybe speak well about or speak poorly about, but our Crab Foundation has done quite a bit of work being out on the water with some survey work with bottom trawls, and they're not anywhere near the scale of fishing gear. They're very small. They're similar to the NIMS survey bottom trawls, but they're actually smaller. I would think that Dr. Rose would speak well about this and some of these issues in response as well. But I do see that the work to address some of the remaining issues that have come up that would apply potentially to the different trawl gears, both the bottom trawl and the pelagic trawl, really with the reality of understanding better of the frequency and the scale and magnitude of what does it mean when one of these gears is on the bottom, and really getting to this further understanding of that, crab that show as bycatch. Those are based on observer information that is, requiring it to be retained in the net and then observed on deck. So the idea that doesn't essentially truly answer the whole question is really what we're talking about here. So to get an answer to you, we're talking about bottom contact sensors and cameras, and we have some experience with that. And we would see the explorations of that. I agree that there's no quick and easy answers there. So I think that Mr. Payne was referring to that. That's a long project, and referring to some of Mr. Govan's work that has been very long and several projects. We would see that as pretty important, because absent that and not having some of those answers either being worked on or understood better, if you don't have that, then the reality of what you can say about encounter rates is weaker. So we need to have an understanding that helps to address some of the remaining questions. And without going too much further there, I think we need that better understanding of unobserved mortality paired up with encounter rates to get at what a better gauge of true impacts are. And that is part of what we're talking about with some of our work around the winter survey, but we're also trying to get some tractable, immediate things together without getting bogged down.
Any further questions for Dr. Goodman? Thank you for your testimony. Next up is John Govan, and then we're getting close to our executive session time. We'll see where we're at the end of Mr. Govan's testimony. Dr. Govan's testimony.
Okay. Good afternoon, Council. John Govan, the Alaska Seafood Cooperative, and keep hearing my name, so I figured I'd come up here. Thank you for the opportunity to make some comments today. And I first want to say that I'm going to focus all my testimony on the part of the motion that in this discussion paper that had to do with flexible spatial management measures, which I see a lot of potential for to improve our management of bycatch and mortality for non-targeted fishing gears, groundfish. And this is touched on as sort of an exploratory nature in the discussion paper. They didn't get into a lot of details of what it would take to do this for like a hotspot avoidance, and how that would be different from how we do it for salmon bycatch in the pollock fishery. But I think it's a good start, and I'd like to say overall, my thinking here is that we could improve our bycatch management if we had a better idea of the distribution of crab in the winter, red king crab in the winter and in the spring. I say that because most of the fishing that our group does and other groups do in this areas adjacent to red king crab are really in the winter. And the summer survey doesn't do things, and where the fishery occurs in the fall doesn't really tell us where they are at this time. We've seen from the tagging data that you've seen today that they move. It's been known for a long time they do that, but we just don't have a really good idea. And this is likely to change year to year with the temperatures and other signals that drive this ecosystem. Warm years are likely to be different from cold years. So the concept I've been talking to the crabbers, you heard Scott Goodman's concept, is to get better information on this, to focus on this and then figure out how to use it, but don't focus on it on we must use this by next year. Let's try to figure out this distribution and figure out how to use this information the best to rethink our bycatch management measures. But we really need to get this information first. So what are we doing in that regard? As Mr. Goodman mentioned, Dr. Foy and the state of Alaska have made available to us some crab experts and scientists, and so has the trawl survey people who have looked at kind of how you would use these available methods to better understand winter distribution. We've had one meeting that I thought was very productive, and it touched upon a winter survey potentially in combination with tagging and a pot survey, as Mr. Goodman mentioned, and in collecting environmental information while we're out there to see if there are signals in that sort of help us understand that distribution, and maybe we could use that on an ongoing basis so we don't have to do a winter survey every year, which is clearly not feasible with the resources we have. I think this has a lot of potential to help inform better bycatch management. And I really want to emphasize this before we start getting into how to use it. Let's just see if we can have a science focus on getting that information. So, I understand in all this discussion paper, there's a lot of focus on the red king crab savings area and the importance that the tagging data thus far shows. I will say that from my perspective, if the tagging data had shown that the red king crab savings area wasn't important last year, I would have noted that, but I would have said, that's the situation they faced this year under these environmental conditions. And it was a cold year this year. It could be really different. So I don't think it really means that much. I think we should really try to get something that gives us a better idea of where important areas are for crab, and then structure, fishing regulations around those. I think that'd be the far better system to build bycatch management around. So I'm hoping we can do that. I don't want to get that involved with a bunch of, and you'll see in the AP motion where I differed and I testified differently to them in terms of ideas, to stay away from having the stakeholders in the middle of the science, because I don't think it'll be productive. And you can understand from some of the stuff that's flying around in the motion there that we might get distracted in that regard. So I would hope we can do this. It's going to take some resources. We've already talked to NIMS about it. I'm talking to other parts of the industry and looking for other ways we might get the resources to do this, but we're hopeful to do this and appreciate the agencies and state of Alaska making the people available to try to do this. And I think once we get that, we can have a better discussion of what who's included and what we do. Let's see what it looks like first, and let's try to get it so it's more durable than just 1 year, so we can use it on an ongoing basis. So I'll stop there and thank you. If there's any questions, I will note that our group did some work on unobserved mortality in our gear, and I'd be happy to give you some ideas of what it took to do that, and at least for our gear. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Govan. Commend the work going forward on the winter survey. That makes a lot of sense to find out where the crab are when the groundfish fisheries are fishing. You mentioned collecting information on environmental indicators. So how much of that, what would that tell us, I guess, if we're trying to move further into either making our current spatial management measures more effective or move them to be more effective for crab? Is 1 year of an environmental indicator helping us do that? Or do we need several years to see, is there a real difference in temperature or whatever environmental indicator you're talking about? I know you've had those discussions. If there's anything you can share, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks, Ms. Kimball, for that question. And I'm going to give you my take on it. I wish you'd asked that of Scott too. Yes, you're right. The idea was that we could maybe even use data that's available remotely, like bottom temperature, et cetera. And if there's a correlation there, that we could have that. So we could use that on an ongoing basis. if that relationship's there. But how do we know that relationship's really there in 1 year? We don't. I think there's a lot, though, that if we do see some signals of real differences within where crab distribution is, we can go back and apply it potentially to where we do know the distribution and what we know about temperatures or whatever signals we're going to use, and see if it correlates with summer, et cetera. I agree that to be definitive, we won't be able to do that in 1 year. We could look at sort of in hindsight of the data we have. We also, again, in doing this in concert with tagging, I think then could potentially collect that data with tagging too, because we can get that kind of data from tags. So there's a lot of smart people in the room that are going to help us think that through, how we might be able to get something that's useful in a management sense to allow such a program. I don't want to say that I know how to do it, but I think there's a lot of people thinking about how to do that, because in outlining the questions, it was clear that we weren't just looking for a snapshot. We were trying to find a way to do this on an ongoing basis that would be reliable and useful in management.
Further questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Govan, you talked about your familiarity with looking at unobserved mortality in the as you're working to develop modifications to bottom trawl gear. I've heard mentioned that there are areas where both pelagic and bottom trawl fish nearly simultaneously. Did you make use of any of those kinds of potential comparisons where you and another gear that had a different and potentially, where bottom trawl and another gear had a potentially known encounter rate, and able to sort of compare? Is there any strength to that sort of just data comparison instead of actually trying to get out and do before and after studies using submersibles or, the expensive kind of stuff? Are there areas, what I'm trying to ask is, are there areas where we can mine existing data to look at some of that? Or do we really have to construct an actual field experiment?
Thanks for the question to the chair, Mr. Twite. The research that we did on unobserved mortality involved recapturing the crabs and under and behind the foot rope or the sweeps, and comparing through a ramp mortality assessment, comparing the condition of those crabs to crabs that were caught with the recapture net alone and didn't experience or weren't in front of the trawl. So the recapture net that was the control was in front of the bottom gear that contacts the seafloor. And that's one method. I think that's been tried in other places and has been used, and it's generally thought to be probably the best method there is out there. As to making inferences from those results, and it took us 3 years to do that. We focused first on essential fish habitat, but then the SSC wanted to know what happened with crabs. So that's where the focus on crab came. That was a secondary focus after they pointed us in that direction. I don't know that we can make inferences from that, because if you recall, our gear had, we were looking at the foot rope, which has elevation devices that are generally fairly large, the discs. And then on the sweeps, we were elevating those with bobbins every 90 feet. I don't know how similar that is to bottom contact with a pollock trawl, and I wouldn't want to be the one who said that was an indicator of what a pollock trawl would do. Is I don't think we know that. I can say that the discussion paper makes the comment that the things done with bottom gear to reduce the impact and have been shown to reduce the impact are elevating things off the seafloor. And as the paper points out, those elevating devices are not currently allowed in the pollock definition of the pelagic trawl. So I think you'd have to do unique field observations. I do think you could look at it with and without. You could take 2 steps of that, elevating devices on a poly trawl, however that would be done. And the way it is right now, and make those comparisons in 1 stage rather than doing that in 2 stages if you wanted to, if they did field work. So you might be able to gain more from that and make better use of research dollars and resources that way.
Further questions? All right, thank
Okay,
you.
thanks, Chair. And I apparently broke that microphone, so I don't know if you need this thing on there to make it work, but do we need to do somebody on the staff can?
That microphone mortality was observed,
Yeah,
by the way.
right. And I didn't even contact it. All right, thank you. Anyway, I don't know if you can get the rubber thing. I can't find it.
Okay, well, it's 3 o'clock, but Eric Velsko is traveling back to Homer today, so I'd like to take him for the audio quality in the room. So we'll take Eric Velsko and then break for the day.
Good afternoon, Chairman, and members of the council. My name is Eric Belsko. I'm representing the North Pacific Fisheries Association. Actually, this group started, I think, in 1955 as it was a crab negotiations in Kachemak Bay, king crab negotiations. So anyway, we've morphed over the years, but we do still have some Bering Sea crab participants, and our members that are still involved are concerned about the health of the Bristol Bay king crab stock, and feel that what the council does at this meeting or future meetings could affect the outcome of the long-term health of that fishery. So I'm not going to belabor a lot of these points that have already been made, but 2 major issues that stood out to us were the bottom impacts, or the bottom contact by the pelagic trawl gear. That was fairly unknown to most people in our group. We're not following along with the EFH work as closely as some, so it was probably there, but most of us didn't realize the extent of potential bottom contact in that fishery. And the second one was the PSC accounting of red king crab in the trawl fisheries. So that paragraph on page 26, talking about the contact adjustments for the Bering Sea pelagic trawl, has received a lot of scrutiny at this meeting, as it should, I guess. That's kind of, we think that should get looked at a little more. We don't know what the impacts of that are. We don't have the data on that right now, but it's kind of an interesting second part to that was on page 15. It says the pollock fishery is treated differently, i.e. it is already not permitted to use non-pelagic gear, and thus it is effectively not subject to non-pelagic trawl closures. So what we get out of that is, if we don't know what the impacts are of this gear on the bottom, I think a first step would be to close down that red king crab savings area to everyone. That's the pot god guys, the directed fisheries closed. Everyone should stay out of there until we figure out what the impacts of this gear are. I listened to the AP debate, and it went back and forth. I think what came out of that, it was a good discussion, but I don't know if we want to fully support that motion or not, just the way it turned out. Moving forward from that, the second issue in the discussion paper relates to the Bristol Bay red king crab PSZ in zone 1. And we gathered from the analysis that only red king crab PSC caught in zone 1 accrues toward the bycatch limit, even though the state regulated area T encompasses a much larger area. And so from the paper here, page 7, while the zone 1 PSC limit was established to protect the Bristol Bay red king crab stock, the areas that accrue to the limit are not synonymous with the Bristol Bay red king crab stock area as defined in the assessment. So if the stock assessment and the directed discards are quantified for all of area T, our members feel trawl PST limits need to mirror the same geographic area. And that I've heard support for that. I think almost everyone, that should be a fairly easy thing to move forward. This is probably the most important thing that I've thought about was when they set the tax for crab every year, the unobserved mortality is kind of factored in with natural mortality, but they place a buffer in that tax setting process. But what happens when there's no fishery? That buffer is gone. So without having a real accounting of that unobserved mortality, I'm not sure what we do. I don't know why we don't have a proxy but yeah, I mean, we just assume zero. Zero is a pretty hard and fast number. I mean, I could see we can be really conservative on a proxy, but I think we need to come up with something. I just don't think we can just say it's zero. And we applaud everyone for taking part in the discussion paper, and we hope the council can come to some sort of compromise here and help save this stock. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Velsko. Ms. Campbell has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eric, you said that you thought there were some supportable things in the AP motion, but you weren't sure that you guys were ready to endorse the whole thing. Can you give me a little bit more detail on which pieces of it you think are good and which pieces you think are problematic?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Mrs. Campbell. I think the original motion, I think was okay. I maybe would have rather seen it split into two parts, have the pertinent, important things, the critical things that are time sensitive in one part, and then the rest of it, maybe the working group stuff come later. And then the amendment that was made was hard to follow, with the taking the directed discards off the quota. I mean, it got pretty wild there for a little bit. So it was just hard to support that whole thing moving forward. But I think the original framework was okay, but maybe splitting that out would have been a better way to move forward. Think about the most important parts of this, because by next year, it's, the longer we wait, we don't have that much time on this crab. We need to kind of act now and be conservative on the front end, and then spend the time on the research. But I think if we drag our feet, we're gonna regret it.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Further questions for Mr. Velsko? Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and close the public session for the day. We'll resume 8 a.m. tomorrow. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know, we still have some more remote testimony left on this item, and I'm sure other items, but I wonder if the public that's testifying remotely knows that we might be able to better hear that if they call in by phone, or if that's not a good solution. But we're getting some good testimony. It's very difficult to hear in some circumstances, and I'm guessing it's because they're using their speaker on their laptop. It'd be nice to resolve that so we could hear everybody.
Yep, we'll have to look into that with staff, but thanks for bringing that up, Ms. Kimball. Okay, we'll see the public at 8 a.m. tomorrow.